see that we had revised the agenda to streamline it so that it adds value to where we stopped yesterday and where we are proceeding this morning. With that, honorable members, I'd like to hand over to the chair to start us off for this morning. What is not in the agenda is that we'd like to have a short reflection.
Bom dia a todos os colegas. Depois da introdução da nossa secretária-geral, chamo o senhor deputado Pedro Sebastião para fazer algumas considerações.
Senhora Secretária-Geral do nosso Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, caros companheiros, nós gostaríamos de aproveitar esta oportunidade para, em nome da delegação de Angola, agradecermos o secretariado do Fórum e todos os parlamentos da nossa organização pelas diversas mensagens que recebemos, mensagens de condolências por ocasião da morte de um membro da nossa delegação. Como sabemos, logo após a 57ª sessão do Fórum Parlamentar, de regresso ao nosso país, faleceu o deputado Diamantino, subitamente. E por essa razão, nós estamos aqui a agradecer muito sinceramente todas as mensagens que fomos recebendo por essa ocasião. Muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Quero, neste momento, pedir aos colegas que, antes de iniciarmos os trabalhos, um minuto de silêncio pela morte deste nosso colega. Portanto, desejamos que a alma do nosso colega descanse em paz e, e que possamos honrar a sua memória com os nossos trabalhos. Muito obrigada. Senhores deputados, vamos então passar para os trabalhos que nos esperam para o dia 2. Muito bom dia mais uma vez. Iniciamos hoje os nossos trabalhos com a trilha 8ª, que está centrada na apresentação e validação do painel digital e das ferramentas de monitorização, avaliação, revisão e aprendizagem relativas à Lei Modelo da SADC sobre a erradicação do casamento infantil e a proteção das crianças já em casamento. Esta sessão será conduzida pelo Sr. Bevis Capazo, chefe da equipa de trabalho técnica da TWG. Sendo assim, convido o Sr. Bevis Capazo, chefe da equipa de trabalho técnico, a proferir as suas observações introdutórias e a contextualizar as nossas deliberações. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I will stand on the protocols that have already been observed. And before I go on today, I would just like to invite the entire technical team to step up forward with me, and just so that you get a chance to know them, and I'll set context on what we are doing today. So may I invite the technical working group to come through, please? Let me see if I can show a photo of them. Thank you. Being colleagues, you're standing on the side. Thank you. All right, so that's a photo of the team. I and the team are greatly honored today to be able to present what we are going to share with you, which is a digital dashboard, and we'll be sharing with you monitoring and evaluation framework, theory of change. We'll explain what all that is to you in a minute. But this is a team of highly skilled, highly talented, and dedicated individuals whom I'll just ask to just give a chance to just introduce themselves so you can know each of them. I think you met me yesterday, and so I just want to allow them to say who they are, and you may know them. Let me start from Masimba, please.
Right, morning, honorable members. My name is Masimba Mujuru. I work for Plan International as the head of monitoring, evaluation, research, and learning, supporting Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, and Mozambique. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Chima. I'm monitoring and evaluation for UNICEF Zambia Country Office.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Lasson Kapata. I work for CARE International as a regional MIO advisor for an adolescent sexual reproductive health program being implemented in Uganda, Zambia, and Kenya. Thank you so much.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Abref Katemba. I work for HIVOS. I'm the monitoring and evaluation lead there. I cover East and Southern Africa. Thank you so much.
Good morning, honorable members. I go by the names of Annette Michael Guaho, working as Monitoring and Evaluation Officer for Plan International Tanzania, sitting at the country office, Dar es Salaam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. And we have a few members that are not here with us because they're busy firefighting. So we've got Kudzai from Mozambique. We've got Dr. Skale sitting at the back there who's reporting for us. He sits in Namibia with Sadiq. We've got Ronald there. Ronald, just wave your hand. People can see you. He's busy coordinating all the IT. So thank you very much, Tim. So you will see us today, you interact with us. This is a little bit an extraordinary session because we will not keep you seated the way you are sitting today. There will be maneuvering and interaction because we are trying to introduce you to the monitoring and evaluation framework and the dashboard. So thank you so much. Give them a round of applause, please. All right. With that said, then just to give a little bit of a background. So as you heard from yesterday, the SADC model law on ending child marriage and protecting girls in marriages or children in marriages was developed at around 2016. And as you saw from the discussion yesterday, that when it was developed, it covered 4 main areas, fully fledged developed. That is your prevention, protection, and your legal frameworks and enforcement sections of the framework were fully developed. However, it did not have a mechanism for monitoring and evaluating the progress that we are making towards delivering the goals of the model law. And so about, I think, August in 2024, we were at a meeting in Zambia and we were discussing how we had come and the progress we had been making. And in that meeting, I remember we had conversations with members and we asked to say, how do you know whether you're making a difference or not? How do you know what progress you are making? Are we really making a difference? And in that conversation, it was then realized that we actually did not have a mechanism and a fully thought out monitoring and evaluation approach. It was off the back of that meeting that SG, together with the partners that were in that meeting, decided to set aside a technical working group that would be focused on developing a monitoring and evaluation framework and fully establishing a mechanism for monitoring progress. So what we have come to do today is actually a journey that has spread across a whole year. And we will share different tools that we have built over time and how we have arrived at what eventually now is a dashboard, a digital dashboard that has a priority level of indicators which you can then use to track the progress that we are making on implementing the SADC model law on ending child marriages and protecting girls in marriage. So the structure of today is as follows, as you've seen on the screen. I will briefly introduce to you the purpose of the framework and the dashboard. And then we will actually go to show you some of the key indicators that we have picked. I will explain the rationale behind these indicators. And some of you, I'm so excited to see some of you that were present in the meetings in Joburg that participated, including honorable members that were there. So it will be good for you to see whether what you contributed then is still existing in the framework. So we will discuss those indicators. We will then share the dashboard itself. So we'll present it on the screen and you also have it on your various digital devices. You'll get to interact with it. And then we'll go into an interactive session where you get a chance to then look at these indicators in detail and have a chance to participate and provide feedback and validate. After that, we'll then share next steps. We'll try as much as possible to create room for conversation so that then we can respond to as many questions as possible and also get your feedback. I must say that this is a validation process, and so all the things that you are seeing here are not yet final, but we are hoping that through your feedback and your engagement, we can then refine them and finalize them. Right. So in case this even includes some of the data that you will see in the system right now, It is, to the greatest of our knowledge, accurate. We've done all that we can do as data experts to review, to pull this data from reliable sources on each of your countries. Yes, each of your countries has data here in the indicators, including where you did not have data. We have proven and shown that you don't have data there. And then should you have a different opinion, then we can have a conversation around that. And should we be changing the data set, then we would be welcome. But you have to really have your facts right, because we did a lot of digging into your countries and pulling this data from the reliable sources. So that is sort of the structure of today. So without wasting much time, let me just give you a little bit of an insight into the whole process of what we will be validating today. So as mentioned, first of all, we understand that monitoring and evaluation is a very political process. There is a saying we like to use in our domain, which we say that it's not everything that counts that can be counted. And we also say that not all that gets counted counts, because it's a game of prioritization. Somebody may decide to measure the legal age of marriage, and somebody may decide to measure or monitor the rate at which cultural norms are changing in our countries. Both of them are very important indicators. But what is important to measure is a political decision which needed to be discussed with all the members. So what you see here is an example of our consultative process. These are some of the members that participated in November last year when we met right here in Johannesburg to cherry pick what is important for us to measure with regards to the SADC model law. And so some of you, your names are up there. Pardon us if we've missed you. And some people obviously have moved on. But I just wanted to show you that we did go through a very intensive consultative process to discuss what is important to measure. So what you will see in the dashboard and in the M&E frameworks is not all the indicators that exist out there, but a set of prioritized indicators based on our consultation process. Now, should you feel something is important to measure, by all means, do share those opinions with us, and we may consider that and include. However, we feel that we've taken quite a drastic process. We even included traditional leaders, we've included young people, we've consulted across the region quite extensively, and we are quite confident that the indicators in our system right now represent what is important for us to measure. All right. The other thing that you will see in today's conversation will be around how that we have thought, we're calling this as a theory of change, basically, how we think change should happen. Now, yesterday when I presented one of the statistics, just one of the graphs, I remember there were a lot of questions asking me, how then, what can we do in order to make a difference? And I think I did not attend to that question quite comprehensively yesterday. I must confess that deliberately so, because I knew that today you will get a chance to get into those conversations. So there was a question, for example, around how do we protect a child who's already in a marriage? Should they even be in a marriage? What mechanisms should we be setting up? So the model law has articulated these aspects, but we've gone further to use the conceptualization in the model law to then frame what is called a theory of change, a journey of change, and saying, look, in order for us to completely eradicate child marriages, these are the 3-4 things that we need to do around protection. And this is what they look like, and this is how we are going to measure them. Right? So you'll get a chance to see those theories of change in the discussions. We've then gone further now, apart from just developing those theory of changes, to then develop what we are calling a digital dashboard for measurement. So the digital dashboard for measurement is really a tool that has high-level indicators that have been prioritized at national level. And we've deliberately picked indicators that have reliable data sources, such as the SDGs and some of your national indicators in your own countries that you have either signed up at a regional level to monitor. So statistics like prevalence rates, statistics like attrition rates in schools, statistics like pregnancy rates, all those that are relevant in our discourse around child marriage, we have included them in the digital dashboard. And you will see how they inform each other. The other thing to mention is that the dashboard also prioritizes to pick indicators that are already funded for data collection, because data collection is also a very expensive exercise, and we were cognizant that it might be challenging to be looking for extra resources to be conducting extra sets of data collection. So we picked indicators that are already embedded within your systems, within nations, member states, but also that are already funded for data collection. What you will see on the dashboard is what we are calling a collation and analysis of data rather than primary source data being presented to you. What does that mean? It means that the data you are seeing here, you can look it up on other sources and you find that it is consistent with what we are showing you here. So it's not data for SADC, it's not data for the technical working group, it's data that exists already in the public domain. However, in order for you to be able to recite it during maybe a parliamentarian session, you would need to be consulting Google or looking at reports, several reports. But what we have done here is we've put all this in one central place where you can easily see these statistics, see this analysis, and be able to make real-time decisions. It's all about quality decision-making. You saw yesterday how that when we presented one statistic on the progress that we are making around dropping the rate of child marriages, there was a lot of discussion that sprouted in the room. Some of you were even making commitments in the room and saying, I'm going back to my country. I want to check why is it that the legal age has got certain exceptions. So data can drive decision-making in a very, very, very instantaneous way. And this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to equip yourselves, policymakers, and the member states and your governments to have real-time data relating to child marriage so that when you're making the decisions, they're high-quality decisions. You should be able to know how many children are dropping out of school at your fingertips. You should be able to know what is the rate of child marriage in my country right now. You should be able to know, has our country already attained a certain level of domestication or harmonization of the model? All that information should be at your fingertips. And this is exactly what we are hoping to deliver with this process, all right? And so this data will be accessible on your mobile devices, especially your laptops and your tablets. The phone version of it is also available. However, we noticed today when we customize that some graphs are not sitting as we want to, but we will improve them as we go. So that's what we are delivering today. With those few remarks, allow me to then move forward with this session and start off by just giving you a few pointers to what we found overall when we are looking at the data set with regards to your countries. And we're going to show, and we're going to go into the dashboard shortly so that you get a chance to see it. So the way we hope to do this is we hope to show you the dashboard first on the screen. Then we'll share it around. You can access it on your laptops, and we'll give you a few minutes to just digest and look and see what you are seeing and begin to ask us some questions around what you think about that data. We'll present a few graphs to you and explain to them what they mean and engage in a conversation. But one of the aspects that we found that was quite challenging about the data set is that quite a number of us are missing very key information in the public, particularly digital domain. So you find that some of your statistics in your member states are existing only in hard copy and have not been publicized digitally, which makes it very challenging for you to be able to quickly access that information and make use of it. And so we've tried where we could pick the hard copy and put it there, but it's very difficult for you to validate it and back it up. So that's one of the main messages that you'll be taking back home here, is that we are hoping that wherever you see in the dashboard that your data is missing, you can go back home and start to make demands for that data to be digitized, or if it's indeed missing, that you are able to collect that data and invest in it because it's important. The other aspect that we saw, which I spoke about yesterday, was that generally there is a slow progress across our region with most of the key indicators. And you will see that we've used the traffic light system to be able to show where progress is. And you will notice that there's a lot of reds and a lot of oranges. Everywhere you see red and orange, it means that we are making slow progress against a desirable target. And so it is, we are hoping that this process does not depress you, but rather inspires you to go back home and begin to push for the necessary changes that are needed so that we can accelerate the change that we want to see. Again, yesterday I gave one statistic, and I think I did mention that today we'll go deeper into each of the country discussions. So you get to see, yesterday I think I just showed the overall picture, but today you'll see by country, by member state, you'll be able to see where your data stands. All right. So with those few remarks, just want to check if you are ready. Are you ready for us to show you the dashboard? All right. Okay, that's fine. Let me just turn to my team. Is there any other important point we need to add on our experience with the data before I start showing the dashboard? Any members that want to add, please go ahead. All right, the team is okay. Great. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. So generally, the way the dashboard is organized around the three thematic themes. So we've got the legal, we've got the protection, and the prevention. And so when you access the dashboard, I'm not sure how clear it is from your end, but what you will see on the screen right now is that we have got three thematic areas, so legal, protection, and prevention. So these are the three thematic areas that the dashboard has been organized around. And what you will notice is that under each of the areas, we have prioritized a set of indicators that you are able to see, and we'll be able to discuss them. So let me pick one thematic area. I'll pick protection, for example. So under protection, we are focused on monitoring and measuring indicators around school dropout rates by country. We are obviously measuring proportion of women aged 24 years who were married or in unions. So this is the indicator I shared yesterday. I will zoom into that specifically, and you'll be able to see by country. We're also looking at proportion of adolescent girls who have access to youth-friendly services. So when we looked at the overall architecture of the model law, we did recognize that access is very important. Of course, tracking child marriages is very important. But we also noticed that education was a key aspect, a key driver to actually reducing child marriages. And so let's look at the first indicator, which is around proportion of women aged 20 to 24 who were married or in a union before age 15. This is an SDG indicator. So all the data that you see here also exists in the public domain through the SDG monitoring framework. So without naming and shaming, you can see that there are a few countries with some greens here. And these are countries with a prevalence rate that is below 10%. So those countries whose prevalence rate is below 10% are in green. So you can see there South Africa's prevalence rate as at 2016 was at 6%, and as at 2023, with the data latest now, is at 5%. So there's a 1% reduction there. Sorry, no, a 1% reduction. It's from 6 to 5. Yeah. And then Seychelles was at 2% in 2016, now is at 2%, which is quite good. We can see Namibia there was at 8, is now 7. Yes, please. You're not able to see. Okay. Let me do something to help us. Yes, please.
Muito obrigado. Primeiro, cumprimentar a mesa desta sessão e cumprimentar todos os parlamentares aqui presentes. Estamos a acompanhar com muita dificuldade. O que se vê são os pontos principais, os países, os indicadores, as percentagens, não está a se ver nada. Então, significa que não estamos em condições de fazer uma análise precisa sobre esta matéria. Ou aumenta-se o tamanho das letras para podermos ver, ou arranja-se outra maneira de discutir isso. Nós não estamos a acompanhar, pelo menos eu não estou a acompanhar, e eu vou já dizer o meu nome. Eu chamo Simon Muhambi Makuyana, sou parlamentar de Moçambique. Muito obrigado.
All right, thank you very much. I have decided to Zoom it, and I'll just ask one of my colleagues to just also get it emailed to all the members so that you can have it in front of you right away. So that'll have to be done so you can receive it and be able to see it in front of your screens. But is that any better now, the zooming? Thank you very much. So I will be enlarging it and making it small wherever I need to. Apologies for that. So,
Momento, Sr. Bavi, eu peço ao secretariado da SADC para partilhar o quadro com os senhores deputados, pelas vias que nós conhecemos, por telefone, por computador, para que de facto possam ter o acesso mais próximo dos dados.
thank you, Chair. All right. It's been shared. All right. I've confirmed that it's being shared, so kindly you may check your emails. You will get a link in your emails. You can just click on that link. You'll be able to access this dashboard. And to say that you will always use that link, any changes we make on the data will always be updating. That's the goodness with this dashboard. You don't need to do anything else but just to click on that link and access that data in real time. Thank you. So I'm just going to give you 1 more minute. Going to give you 1 minute just to make sure you open or you are able to see, then I can continue. Just wait for 1 more minute for members to have access to the dashboard, those with laptops in front of you, and those who didn't come with them, we will still present on the screen. I'm being told the technical team needs another minute. All right. Meanwhile, what I can also do, I'm going to be zooming deeper into one country or 3 countries at a time, while as you're receiving the dashboard, so that then we can see you using the screen. So for example, on this indicator, on proportion of women aged 20 to 24 who were married, this is the SDG indicator that tracks the prevalence of child marriages in our member states. You can see there that Angola, you can see the data. Angola was at 2016 was at 30%. There's a 3% reduction as at 2023. Okay. So the reason they're in amber there is that it's above 10%. Our target is to eradicate and be at 0%. And so we are even graceful that we are saying 5% is green. Ideally, it must be 0. However, for the sake of being practical, we have decided that anything below 10% will be green. And anything above 20% will be red. So it will be red, and those that are above 40% will actually be very red. So what you see here is a traffic light system. You can see Comoros was at 20%, they are now at 18%. DRC was at 37%, they're at 34%. Eswatini was at 5%, they're at 4%. Lesotho was at 17%, they're at 15%. So overall, across the region, as you heard me say yesterday, there's been reduction. But as you can see, the reduction is very minimal. It's 2%, 3%, 5%, and the average for the entire region is around 5%. Okay. That's where that conversation we had yesterday. And the dashboard you get in front of you, when you click on the color code there, you will see that it will bring information for you to tell you more details about that data. So for instance, when I hover on Madagascar here, I'm able to see the baseline, the year, the country, the actual percent, and the different countries that are within its color group. So you can see that Angola, DRC, Madagascar are all performing at a similar rate. That's why they are grouped together. And we are hoping that through this grouping, you can also begin to form some alliances and beginning to say we are struggling in the same way or we are succeeding in the same way. Is there something that we can do together to improve the situation? All right. I'm going to go to another indicator, if that's okay, and then I will entertain some questions just on this. Is that okay? All right, thank you. Let me look at another indicator. So child marriages are always associated with education and dropout rates of girls from primary and secondary schools. So we are tracking another indicator, and this indicator reads school dropout rates by country. And what you are seeing in front of you right now is a situation around dropout rates in our countries. Again, let me pick the ones that are in red. You can see Madagascar there has quite a high dropout rate of 24%. According to UNESCO and many other practitioners within the field, a desirable dropout rate, a maximum of 10% may be acceptable in terms of having, and that's what we've used as a parameter to measure as green. So all the countries that you see that have below 10%, they're the ones that are green and they are meeting the standard that has been prescribed. However, you can see that we have a few countries in amber and in red. So DRC again is at 19% present. You can see Malawi is at 18% at present. Let me just go to the other few countries as well there. So you will notice that Tanzania is at 11%. Mozambique is at 20%. So these are the countries that need to step up with reducing their dropout rates in schools. The correlation is very straightforward. You will see in the theory of change how that education is a key parameter to keeping our girls in school and also giving them an opportunity to have an economic future that does not depend on marriages. I will show you one more indicator on prevention, on protection, and then I'll move to another thematic area. We've got this indicator, which all of us pretty much performing quite poorly, and only Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa are doing better here. This is the indicator that measures proportion of adolescent girls who have access to adolescent youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health services. All right. So access to youth-friendly services. You will notice from the statistics that first of all, as at baseline, when we were starting or when countries were starting, majority of the countries, the baseline in terms of tracking this indicator started in 2019. That's when this indicator was quite well tracked by UNFPA, World Health Organizations, and other partners. And you will notice that countries like Madagascar only have 33% of youth reporting, or young people, girls especially, reporting that they have access to youth-friendly services. So the honorable member from Madagascar, that's something to look at and to think about when you go back home and investigate further. Why is it that we are not granting adolescent girls access to the much needed reproductive health services? And then you will notice the rest of us are below the threshold of 70%. So the threshold to get you into green is 70%. We want a minimum of 70% of the young people that participate in these studies to be able to say they have access to adolescent youth-friendly services. However, what you are seeing here is majority of them. So Angola is at 45%, Comoros is at 36%. They just barely made it over the red. You've got Namibia at 68%, can push to get to 70 there so that you can be green. Mozambique is at 48%. Now, an interesting thing that you see is that there is a correlation between these particular statistics. So you will notice that a country like Mozambique, whose access rates at 48%, look at the dropout rates, they are also at 24%. Look at also the prevalence rate. It's also in red, is at 41%. So you can see that there's a relationship here between education, access to reproductive health services, and actually child marriages in our member countries. And so we are hoping that when you can see these statistics, you can then build a narrative and you can use that to engage in debate or in policy decisions that can help our countries to improve. I'll go to another section and then I'll open up for questions. You will also get a chance to discuss each of these indicators in smaller groups so that you can ask further questions. Let me go to another section. Let me go to the legal protection. So if you are following the dashboard, you go back on the top here, click on what is called legal, and you'll be able to see another set of illustrations, data illustrations. Here we have chosen to use the map. So let me zoom here. I think the red is not doing justice there. Okay. Okay. So you can see here briefly, and hopefully you have it in front of your screens. You will see that all the countries that are in red here on the legal minimum age for marriage in our countries. And this is the conversation we had yesterday. We discussed that countries are indeed making legal reforms to introduce 18 as the legal age for marriage. However, every country you see in red here, if I borrow the words from the honorable member from South Africa, that said there is some malice in the way that we are complying. So all the changes are coming with some exceptions. So everyone you see in red there has some exceptions. So the exceptions here are that traditional marriages or consent from parents is to a large extent acceptable. So when a child is being married off, if that child is being married off through a customary system of marriage, it will be recognized. Or if that child is being consented to by the parents to be married, they'll be married off. So these are some of the exceptions that the countries are making. And so in the individual conversations, when you go into the individual analysis of your country, you will get to find out much deeper what the exception is. But all of them in red here are with regards to customary laws being tolerated. And then the ones in orange here are the ones that they are making the reform, but there are some judicial processes that are still going on in their member states. So like Madagascar, the judicial reform has begun. The process has begun, but there are still some judicial reforms that are taking place, and the law has not yet come into force. And then as for Namibia, there is still some conversations with the judicial systems there. And so we may not have all the full information at this stage, but what we would encourage the member when you go into your unique group is to then discuss. You find an M&E expert in your group and we'll have a conversation. And you can get further information around what's happening with your country, with the judicial process. And some of you may already know what's going on. And then the two countries that are in red are, interestingly, Mozambique, despite a high prevalence rate, recently adopted 18 with no exceptions, which is very, very good. Mozambique, they've adopted the legal age of 18 with no exceptions. Similarly, Zimbabwe is the only other country in the region who have adopted the legal age of 18 with no exceptions. All right. So you can see yesterday when we were having a conversation, why isn't the picture changing? Yes, this is why it's not changing. We've got several exceptions. Despite having made the reform, there are several exceptions that we are making. And through those exceptions, child marriages are still sneaking in and they're still happening at this alarming rate. All right. We're also tracking another indicator here, which is we're looking at countries, and this is one where most of us are doing well. But there are also a couple of countries that we could not find data on, and we didn't decide to mark you red. We think that there's possibly data existing and which has not been digitized. And we are hoping that you can improve on this. So we're tracking an indicator that checks the extent to which member states have developed national action plans on ending child marriages. And we found that to the largest extent, most of you have, with the exception of the following, and not because we didn't find the plan, but we couldn't find a digital version of it, so we could not validate it. And so we've left that open, and we'll probably improve this graph when we validate the data as we speak to the researchers and different people in the countries. And hopefully you here, members of parliament, can help us. But countries like Angola, we could not find any data on whether you have a national plan of action to end child marriage. Botswana, Comoros, DRC, and Mauritius, and Seychelles as well. We couldn't find your plan on ending child marriage, at least on the public domain, particularly the digital domain. You may have it in your countries, we do not know yet. All right, so that's something we need to improve on. However, all the other countries, we did find the data there in terms of having national plans of actions. One concern, though, that we wanted to raise on this, and we'll probably be able to raise it in the discussions as well, is that some of your plans are too old. So we looked at countries like Malawi, where your plan is for 2017. Mozambique, the plan is for 2016. So it's just a concern that 2016 is quite a way back, and we may want to rethink or review those plans. All right. And then finally, I want to also discuss the money issue. So we are tracking also, does the country have a budget allocated to preventing, or allocation for prevention and response with regards to our programming on ending child marriages? And what you see there is we have got quite some striking greens. So we've got Madagascar with the green, Mozambique with the green. These are countries we were able to find budgets that have been designated to programs on ending child marriages. However, we have a few countries that are still in red. DRC, we could not find a budget, or even we could not find data that is pointing to a budget that is allocated towards ending child marriages. Angola, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. So this would be a point of conversation as to whether these budgets exist. All right. So this is the legal framework dashboard. I hope you've been able to see it. We've cherry-picked. Of course, you will see in the discussion that we have more indicators, but we cherry-picked these to be able to be entry points for conversation. Finally, I'm going to present the prevention dashboard quickly, just so you can see what is there. So on prevention, we are interested in tracking household income from economic programs to empower young women and households where our young girls are. And particularly with this indicator, there were a number of countries with no data between baseline and midline. So we could not find any data with regards to this SDG. So it's very important that you then look at what's going on with reporting on this particular indicator, because we found a number of countries not having data. However, a few countries did have data. For example, Eswatini did have data, and we did see that there is progressiveness in terms of the distance between the gap between the baseline and the midline. And a few countries that had data, I mean, the rest of the countries in the region did not have data on this indicator. So for this one, really the core is that may we look at why is it that we are not either publicizing, or why are we not having data on household income increase? And this is very specific. This SDG looks at increase at household level, particularly for the women and the girls. So we'll discuss that further when we show you what the indicator is in the framework. We were also tracking reduction in harmful practices contributing to child marriages. This one was very striking for me, but not surprising. I just want to show you here. You will notice on this indicator that to the largest extent we are in red or in amber. First of all, the number of countries that are not tracking if there is any reduction in the area of harmful practices, traditional practices that have been identified as harmful, and whether we are reducing on those practices. Now, the few countries that are tracking, you can see there, Eswatini, the change is very limited. Lesotho, the change is very limited. Madagascar, the change is very limited. There's very little change that is happening in abandoning traditional practices that are harmful and promoting early and forced marriages on our girls. Again, it's no surprise the statistics are at 5% overall, because the very vices that are driving child marriages are not being confronted, and they're not ending in our member states. All right. So again, another point that you could use for discussion there. Integration of CSE into our education systems for prevention for improvement of the agency of the child, and also for various other empowerments that would protect or lead to the protection of the child from being in a child marriage. You can see there in terms of CSE that countries like Botswana are doing well. Wherever you see a green, these are countries where 90%, about over 70% of the schools, 90% of the schools that were assessed were found to be fully compliant with CSE standards. So you see Lesotho there is fully compliant. You can see Malawi is fully compliant. Actually, 70%, 75%, apologies. The target is 75%. So the ones you see in green are member states where CSC has been comprehensively adopted. The ones in red are those that had no data or where CSC has only been to a very minimal extent incorporated. And we also see a correlation there between CSE and high levels of child marriages in the countries. All right, let me stop here now. This is a lot of data given to you at one given go. And I want to allow, through the chair, if we can invite for some questions. And I'm going to invite also my team to participate in assisting to respond to some of the questions that may be asked. Before we go into an in-depth discussion, you will all separate into groups and look at this data with a very specific focus. We've divided you already into some groups. But let me take some questions at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Capasso, por essa explanação, apresentação de uma tabela dinâmica, onde nós podemos ver qual é a situação das nossas crianças, qual é a situação dos nossos países em relação à atenção que estamos a prestar às nossas crianças. Vamos então ter um momento de debate e eu peço então aos colegas que se inscrevam. Quero saudar a nossa presidente em exercício por se juntar a nós. Muito obrigada, senhora presidente em exercício da SADC. Tenho duas inscrições da Angola, tenho uma da África do Sul, eu não vejo qual é o país, é uma de Moçambique e uma da Zâmbia. Vamos começar então por Angola. E também uma do Zimbábue.
Muito obrigado à mesa. Para parabenizar também o nosso preletor, que colocou à nossa disposição informações úteis que vão nos levar a refletir e termos a noção da dimensão dos desafios que temos pela frente. Esse tema reveste-se de uma importância capital, porque está nos levar esses dias todos, por causa da sua complexidade. Para além do esforço que os Estados-membros estão a fazer, há aqui um aspecto a ter em consideração. Falou-se aqui das igrejas, do poder tradicional, e tendo em consideração a laicidade de vários estados, em que a igreja não tem nada a ver com o governo, eu acho que é o momento, para além dos contactos intergovernamentais, procurarmos formas de entabular contactos com o poder, quer tradicional, quer com as igrejas, porque é nestas instituições que encontramos conservadores que têm estado a contrariar as políticas dos governos. Então, só teremos sucesso se, de facto, conseguirmos a harmonização dessas instituições todas. Também ouvimos aqui, através das estatísticas apresentadas, que a África do Sul, o Lesoto e outros poucos países atingiram os níveis desejados. O meu pedido vai no sentido desses estados partilharem a sua experiência com outros estados, porque só estaremos um bocadinho contente quando a maioria dos estados atingir esse nível. Portanto, o número que atingiu esses níveis é muito relativo, está muito aquém da meta que ambicionamos. Agora, também ver quais são as dificuldades que outros estados estão a encontrar para não atingirem os níveis desejados. A resposta levar-nos a um estudo profundo para podermos inverter o quadro. Eram essas minhas preocupações. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Tem a palavra a senhora deputada de Angola também.
Muito obrigada, senhora moderadora. Saúdo também a senhora presidente em exercício do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e a senhora secretária-geral. Eu gostaria de vir na explanação que foi aqui apresentada logo no início e percebi que os dados que foram apresentados se referiam a 2023, logo no início, quando foram apresentados alguns dados. A minha pergunta é, de quanto em quanto tempo é que os dados são atualizados por vocês? Depois, já no fim, vi que Angola não aparece com nenhum dado estatístico, pelo que nós sabemos que Angola tem apresentado relatórios onde constam dados. A minha pergunta é, aonde é que vocês recolhem os dados estatísticos dos países? Qual é a vossa fonte? Obrigado.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada. Tem a palavra o senhor deputado do Zimbábue.
Thank you very much for the information. And I think it will also give us an opportunity to rate ourselves as member countries. And I would like to applaud South Africa and other few countries on their intensive concentration, especially on the issue of the sexual reproduction. I was so touched when I underlined the issue of friendly sexual reproductive services, because I think this is where we are missing it. In Zimbabwe, at some point, we had an opportunity to debate on the issue of how best can we also include in our school curricula. Because if you check taking the issue of schools, it's not easy for a parent to accept that your child, your girl child, is getting some information of sexual reproductive health, because there was a time when people were saying, can we introduce condoms in our schools? Because others would feel that we are also encouraging our young girls to get into sexual activities. But I think it's now high time as member states to take that into consideration, to say, how best can we also catch them young? Because even at grade 5, grade 6, these children are also getting into these sexual activities. So I think it's now high time that we must concentrate and give our young children knowledge to make sure that with this sexual reproduction services, they access it at adolescents and also in our primary schools. I would also want to share with other colleagues that in Zimbabwe, like the issue, I think we were in the green on the issue of the age. I also want to put a write on it to say, we even have, we even went further to say, you know, if you are involved in anything to do with sexual activities with a young girl, it is considered as a rape. So I think we can also take it from there to say, like what I said yesterday, to say even mothers who are also part of or involved in the issue of marrying your young girl, you are also considered as a criminal offense. So I think taking that, we can also help other countries to say it's now high time to include them in our curricula and also to consider those kind of activities as a rape. Maybe we can also reduce the issues of teenage pregnancies. I thank you.
Muito obrigada. Tem a palavra Moçambique.
Muito obrigado, senhora presidente desta sessão. Muito obrigado a todos os parlamentares. Eu levantei para perceber melhor sobre a estatística de 20% que o relatório traz, o estudo traz sobre Moçambique. Se esses dados só recebeu das nossas instituições públicas ou foi uma investigação que fez e conseguiu apurar esses dados. Queria perceber disso. Em segundo lugar, falou de abandono também, cerca de 20%. Queria aqui trazer aos parlamentares que, além de termos as crianças que abandonam na escola, e temos também o problema das crianças que não têm acesso à educação. Esse estudo também teve uma janela para analisar esse aspecto, porque é extremamente importante. Se nós aqui estamos a debruçar sobre as crianças que abandonam a escola, há aquelas crianças que não têm acesso à escola. E algumas têm acesso, no nosso caso, até a 7ª classe. Depois daí não tem escola perto para dar continuidade ao seu estudo. E como é que ficam essas crianças? É certo que essas crianças facilmente poderão estar envolvidas em relações sexuais. E também tem um outro fator histórico antigo nas nossas sociedades. Que os namoros não são feitos só com adultos. As crianças precisam, no rio, onde se encontra, na pastorícia, na pastagem, também namoram lá e se engravidam-se lá mesmo. Como conseguiremos ultrapassar esse problema? Por exemplo, na nossa lei moçambicana, é quase idêntica do Zimbábue. Se alguém engravida uma criança, os pais ficam com aquela criança em casa, ou os pais do rapaz recebem, tem a mesma pena com o agressor, com aquele que engravidou. A nossa lei está assim, está um pouco mais forte. Então, como ultrapassar esse problema? Porque as crianças não só se engravidam no sítio onde podemos controlar, só engravidam onde eles tomam banho, em outras esquinas. Como resolver este problema de uma vez para sempre? E também queria, se me permitir, Excelência, e atender esta sessão, relativamente aqui foi dito pelos especialistas nossos que existem práticas nocivas, e deram o caso de Eswatini, outro reino que aqui não me recordo, mas não sei se essa linguagem de Estado A, B, T, práticas nocivas, iria ajudar para resolver o problema. Ou talvez pudesse pegar uma outra linguagem que não ofenda, porque se nós dizemos você, o seu Estado tem normas nocivas, estamos a ofender aquele país. Mas poderíamos, talvez, na minha modesta opinião, se me permitir, presidente da mesa, que existem Estados que ainda têm práticas que precisam corrigir, precisam melhorar, porque quando se diz nociva, é a cultura daqueles Estados secular. Então, quando diz nociva, eles ficam ofendidos. Eu me recordo no dia 6 de setembro, seja hoje, estivemos lá no reino Eswatini. Aquela cultura dele foi realizada com muito rigor. Estava lá o rei de Eswatini e estava também o antigo presidente da África, Jacob Zuma. Vimos aquela cultura. Eu fui presidente da Assembleia com muito rigor. Então, como é que tu chegas a dizer isto que você está a fazer é nociva? É nocivo. Então é preciso encontrar outra maneira de abordagem. Eu penso que devia ser assim, para nós dizer que isso é nocivo. É nocivo como? Seja aquele, durante muitos anos, criaram tipo aquela cultura. E não há cultura superior do que do outro Estado. Então, Eu penso, termino já, Excelência, com vossa permissão, vou terminar já. Eu penso que podíamos ter uma outra linguagem, mas sempre procurar resolver o problema, sem ofender aqueles povos. E muito obrigado.
Obrigada, senhor deputado. Senhores deputados, silêncio na sala, por favor. Eu queria alertar o senhor deputado de Moçambique. Queria alertar o senhor deputado de Moçambique. Por favor, ordem, ordem. Ordem na sala, por favor. Que não deve referir-se a questões que não foram aqui abordadas e, sobretudo, de pessoas que não estão aqui na sala. Portanto, vamos cingir as nossas intervenções às questões que foram aqui abordadas, que foram claramente apresentadas e não vimos nenhuma ofensa da forma como eles foram apresentados. Portanto, vamos continuar. Vou dar a palavra à África do Sul.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the acting president, the SG, and colleagues or comrades. Thank you very much to our resource persons. SG, I was going to pick up a fight with you if this matter of the model law was not being intensified, because we had a motion in the last plenary which was adopted so that we all find guidance and ways in which we domesticate it properly. And thank you again for your office to have done so much work into realization of this model law. The dashboard is quite helpful, and the empirical data that they've utilized so far, it is pointing to a direction of hope. I'm not much worried about where their data is coming from, because I want to assume that you have appointed the best researchers and sourced them from the best organizations that can assist us. I just want to have a few items to check with the resource in terms of the alignment. So my brother that just spoke, he's quite emotional on issues. Thank you, Chair, for guiding us on that, because one, I want to exactly go to these countries that still practice harmful ways, customary ways. And this is not attacking any culture, but it is in the spirit of any child who's less than 18 years old is not affected. Therefore, I want to understand the supreme laws, resource person, if you did have a way to analyze all supreme laws of these countries. Because if we are developing a model law and then we're dealing with sovereign states, sovereign member states, and their supreme laws do advocate for wrong things, then we are not doing anything at all. It looks like we have to also add in your dashboard each country's supreme law and check if we do have to ask that country to align its supreme law to all the treaties and the global statutes that 18 years is a legal age, non-negotiable.
it also speaks to these harmful practices, because if a supreme law of each country has a very strong language or a strong advice in terms of what practices should be acceptable in that particular country, we shouldn't have harmful practices. So that also, please check that alignment and then highlight it on the dashboard so that we are all clear. The second thing is on the national action plans that you have highlighted. Are you able to share the national action plans of other countries that you have seen? So that going forward, when we come back to these platforms, we are able, especially from the monitoring and evaluation side of the SG's office, we are able to point out on the action plans that do not talk to the realization of this model law. Because we can have an action plan just to tick a box, but the action plan has absolutely nothing correcting what we seek to correct. And we see countries in red, yet there's an action plan in place. That means there's a huge misalignment, or other objectives of the action plan have nothing to do with what we seek to achieve. The last one is, I'm going to ask the SG's office on this one. I think with your desk, the chairperson of yesterday, at monitoring and evaluation. I think in assisting this work and assisting our resource people who are giving us information, we should also assemble a team from SADC that must go and have physical meetings with member states, even if it's with organizations in those member states that are doing research, as well as legislators, in particular speakers' offices in different parliaments, to understand certain things that are read in their countries. And in our next plenary, then we are able to say the red in that country, this is an action plan of SADC that we have put together. And then hopefully when we become a parliament, not a gentleman's club of a forum, hopefully when we become a parliament, then you are able in your office to enforce that which you have done yourself. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, África do Sul. Tem a palavra Zâmbia.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to make a contribution. First of all, allow me to commend the stakeholders that have participated in coming up with the SADC model law dashboard, which is a tool that is going to help us greatly in providing us with data. I want to say something similar to what my colleague from Angola said, who touched on the issue where she alleged that I think some data from Angola was missing or was not properly captured or was not captured at all. I want to ask on the functionality of this very important tool, the SADC model law dashboard. What measures do we have in place to ensure data accuracy, to ensure data is correctly captured? Even after data is captured, who will be checking to ensure that the data is perfect before it is accessed by the public and the users? Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Zâmbia. Mais um pedido da África do Sul. Tem a palavra África do Sul.
Thank you, chair of the session, for the opportunity given to me. Greetings to yourselves, the acting president, and my fellow members of the forum. Let me also appreciate the good work done by the team for sharing the digital dashboard and the validation information and the progress which we have made in relation to the decision made in November last year, and also the emphasis that it put on the correlation between the key indicators and the extent to which the funding of those key indicators is able to contribute to the quality of the decisions that we have made. Chair, my interest is on the reduction in harmful cultural practices contributing to child marriages. And I think we need to do more as the forum on this aspect, and building on what my fellow member, Honorable Mente from South Africa said. The key aspect is to which is the extent to which our domestic law is able to prohibit these cultural practices. I want to cite as an example our country, which is a constitutional democratic country, and the extent to which the protection of every child is codified in our constitution in terms of section 28 of our constitution under the Bill of Rights, and therefore these practices that is shared by our team clearly it's an eye opener to us to say what is it that we could do from our side as a country, given the fact that in terms of our constitution, the values of our constitution and the extent to which the Bill of Rights as a chapter 2 of our constitution is more pronounced on the rights to our child or to our children. So therefore, there will be no room in terms of our law for these harmful practices, because once this harmful practice is reviewed and taken to court, it will not see the light of the day, because any act, whether it is cultural, whether it is traditional, whether it is from the executive, whether it's from the legislature, if it is found to be against the values of our constitution, it will definitely be seen to be promoting practices that are against our constitution, and given the supremacy of our constitution, it will definitely be set aside by a court of law. So therefore, though our constitution also protect the values in terms of our tradition, but there are certain practices that cannot be that will be found to be incompatible with the values of our constitution. And I believe that given the emphasis and protection that section 28 of our constitution gives protection to our child and to our children, that practices will not, will be found to be incompatible with the values of our constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, África do Sul. Vou dar a palavra ao senhor senador Magagula. Tem a palavra, Eswatini.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thanks to the presenter for a very insightful, captivating presentation. It's been very helpful, and it is helpful. But maybe not differing from previous speakers, I want to underscore the need for us here, and maybe for the presenter, to make it clear the indicators that have been presented as to the transparency in respect of each country. In other words, I don't want to believe figures or indicators can just be from anywhere, but they are more valid and more acceptable if they have been validated from a country level. Now, if you see them beamed there, then the question, where and how was this information sourced? And I don't want to believe, and maybe your comment would be useful here, that by beaming, giving us that the information on each country's performance or rating is not a question of shaming, of naming and shaming, but it's for discussion. And I also don't want to believe, and I would want your comment, that countries should be mentioned for the sake, should be quoted in such a way that some judgment is being pronounced on that country. Yesterday, there was a strong debate, and this debate still remains, I think. The model laws and other instruments are fine insofar as they refer to this issue. It's a very sensitive issue, the issue of welfare and protection of children. We can't run away from that. But I wasn't very sure if there was forthcoming information or discussion about the dilemmas that are potentially there in terms of traditional and customary values of each jurisdiction. That's because I don't know what harmful practices are. I'm just driving to that. What are these harmful practices? And have they been verified with the respective jurisdictions, countries? The transparency there for such to be in the public domain. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Eswatini. Tem a palavra Maurício.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. If you allow me, I have one question and one comment. My understanding is that there is no latest data on Mauritius on these issues. I'd like to know what is the mechanism in place for the sharing of this data. And for the comment, as far back as 2020, the legal age of marriage in Mauritius is 18. So I quote from the Children's Act that was adopted in 2020. Child means a person under the age of 18. No person shall marry a child civilly or religiously, or cause or force a child to marry civilly or religiously. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Maurícia. Antes de passar a palavra aos outros colegas, eu gostaria de fazer uns comentários. O nosso preletor, no início da sua apresentação, disse claramente que as tabelas não eram ainda acabadas, são tabelas dinâmicas, e até chegou a dizer que ali onde não houvesse dados, onde os dados não tivessem completos, podíamos, da nossa parte, completar ou então corrigir o que não está correto. Me parece que estamos muito agarrados aos números. Esse é um trabalho contínuo, é um trabalho inacabado ainda. Todos nós estamos convidados a contribuir para o melhoramento desse trabalho. Portanto, o facto de não atingirmos esta ou aquela cifra não significa que nós não temos melhoramentos. E tivemos a ver, pelo menos nas tabelas aqui apresentadas, os países, de uma maneira geral, tiveram melhoramento de 2%, 1%, alguns, mas tiveram melhoramento. Significa que nós estamos na rota do melhoramento e na rota do desenvolvimento. Então, me parece que não devemos estar muito apegados à questão dos números, à questão das percentagens baixas ou altas, porque, de facto, tenho a certeza que os nossos países despertaram já há algum tempo e temos estado a melhorar. Muito obrigada pela atenção. Eu vou dar a palavra, então, à RDC. Peço desculpas. Primeiro Moçambique e depois RDC. A palavra Moçambique.
Muito obrigada, senhora presidente desta sessão. Também vou me aliar aos colegas que me antecederam em saudar os nossos preletores e dizer que, lamentavelmente, o meu país, Moçambique, é um dos países que ainda apresenta um índice elevado de uniões prematuras. E dizer que Moçambique foi um dos pioneiros em aprovar a sua lei de prevenção e combate às uniões prematuras. Mas, infelizmente, estamos neste quadro. Cremos que alguma coisa está a falhar. Mas dizer que o governo de Moçambique, o parlamento, a sociedade civil, todos estão empenhados neste trabalho, na pesquisa e na promoção de vários programas que possam minimizar este assunto. Quero falar aqui de muitos programas que a nossa primeira-dama tem levado a cabo, um dos programas que é Eu Sou Capaz, um programa que ajuda a reter as nossas raparigas nas escolas. E como disse bem, aqui sentimos nós também que precisamos de fazer um pouco mais. E como parlamento, é por isso que estamos aqui abertos para colher dos outros países que já estão avançados para nos ajudar naquilo que está a falhar. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Moçambique. Tem a palavra RDC.
Merci, Madame le Président, pour la parole. Tout en félicitant celui qui nous a entretenu tout à l'heure, Je m'en vais dire que le problème des données, quoique ça ne soit pas des données définitives, mais c'est un problème qui est réel et qui nécessite la vérification de sa source. Parce que j'ai retenu deux éléments très importants qui ont attiré mon attention sur la RDC. C'est sur l'accès des enfants à l'école. Il a projeté 42% en ce qui concerne la République démocratique du Congo, alors que depuis 2019-2020, avec la gratuité de l'enseignement, nous avons l'accès à plus de 85%. Alors que lui parle déjà en 2023 de 42%. Je ne sais pas la source de ces informations et laquelle. Je crois qu'il faille faire une mise à jour à cette situation. Et deuxièmement, c'est en ce qui concerne le mariage des enfants, sinon des mineurs. Depuis le 15 juillet 2016, la loi de mon pays qui parle de mariage a déjà supprimé dans toutes ses formes le mariage des mineurs. Et je m'en vais donner deux articles très importants. La loi ou le code de la famille qui parle du mariage évoque les conditions pour qu'il y ait mariage. Et dans l'article 355 du code, l'article dit l'enfant, même celui qui est émancipé, ne peut pas contracter mariage. Ça, c'est une interdiction formelle. Et nous allons même plus loin dans les conditions de fonds de mariage. Il est donné 3 conditions de fonds et notamment l'âge. L'âge requis, c'est 18 ans révolus. Mais quand on a projeté les tableaux ici, j'ai vu que la RDC est au rouge. Je me demande, ces données-là sont récoltées en quelle année et il s'agit de quelle source. Je crois que même si ce n'est pas définitif, il faudrait que celui qui nous a entretenus puisse avoir des sources très fouinées pour que les données soient réelles, parce que sinon, si c'est projeté à la place publique, ça risque d'être honteux pour notre institution. Merci.
Muito obrigada. RDC, tem a palavra Lesotho. Perdão, tem a palavra Eswatini.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wouldn't have done justice to myself nor to the entire Swazi nation if I kept quiet. It's a pity the gentleman from Mozambique has stepped out. I want to bring to this House attention that we felt insulted and disrespected by that comment, because the statistics was up there, and yesterday I had submitted in this House that we have a Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act of 2018, which prohibits marrying underage children and stipulates the age of consent. So when he speaks of harmful practices in the Kingdom of Eswatini, I do not know what he is speaking about. Maybe he's getting things from the internet or from his head, I don't know. What we have in Eswatini, we have a ceremony that is called the reed dance, dubbed Umhlanga. It is a cultural ceremony where we practice and celebrate our girls for keeping themselves pure. It has been going on and on for centuries, and it will not stop today because it is making people from other countries uncomfortable. Us, as Emma Swati, we love this. I take my girls there. I have girl children, and I'm an advocate of the girl child. We, as the Swatini nation, see no harm in this culture because we celebrate our girls for keeping themselves pure. But if you have a perverted mind, you will think that this is not right because you do not respect the girl child or the girl children. I want to say that the study has been brought up there, and you have seen what Eswatini has achieved. It was in the green. So when he keeps on saying Eswatini instead of speaking about his own country, we are not taking that kindly, and I wish he could take it back. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Eswatini. Tem a palavra Botswana.
Thank you, Madam. Just a brief observation from my side. I think collectively, let's accept all of our countries have some form of shortcomings. All of us. Even those that were having the green codes, there were other instances where they fall short. Our responsibility as legislators is to trigger a process that makes life better for everyone in our countries. I think that is what we should take out of this dashboard. For me, I'm not even interested in entering into a debate on which statistic could be right or wrong. Because as a legislator, I do have access to information where I could even assist the Secretariat with up-to-date data. I think that should be our responsibility. Not to say, where did you get it, but to say, we can help you to update. That would be my approach. And I think, as they say, numbers don't lie. But we do have the opportunity to make sure that all those numbers, when we meet again, after 12 months, we are able to report progress on a number of those aspects. That's what we owe to those that we represent. So I'm happy with the dashboard. I'm happy to accept that Botswana overall comes out red, but I think, yes, it means there's a lot of work for us to do, and as a collective, I think we can change this coding from the many red flags that we see to green. So thank you for the dashboard.
Muito obrigada, Botswana. Tem a palavra Namíbia. Antes da Namíbia, nós temos aqui mais 2 inscrições do Zimbábue, da África do Sul e 3 de Eswatini. Vamos dar a palavra ao nosso preletor e à sua equipa para responderem às inúmeras questões que já foram aqui apresentadas e depois, então, se for necessário, a gente faz uma segunda ronda de perguntas. Muito obrigado. Tem a palavra Namíbia.
Thank you very much. I'd like also to join the debate that the fact that the statistics look outdated, our country and constitution confine our culture, which is also enshrined in our constitution. But what I would like to raise is the statistics that I see here. They look outdated because our budget is a gender-sensitive budget in all sectors. And I also like to inform the House that since independence, our government have prioritized education and health in terms of a budget allocation. As we speak, come next year, we'll be even providing free higher education. So the dropout that I see here, with the merit, they are all at 7%. I do not know why do they tally each other. And they, maybe to assist, our country have recently completed the national census by our statistics agency. It will be previent good maybe
to update some of the information that I see lacking, especially on the adolescents and other issue related to men and women. I so submit.
Muito obrigada. Vou passar a palavra ao Sr. Capasso para então responder às perguntas, este primeiro grupo de perguntas que foram aqui apresentadas. Tem a palavra, Sr. Capasso.
Thank you very much. Before I respond, I would like to recognize the CD for Plan International. Through the chair, please. Antoinette, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I wanted to respond on the, I think, very emotive issue.
Por favor, eu peço, por favor, que se junte aqui ao preletor e venha cá à frente para fazer a sua intervenção.
Honorable members, Madam Chair, thank you. I wanted to make clear response from a civil society perspective around, I think, the very emotive issue around harmful practices. And I think I heard one member who said this may turn out to be a naming and shaming exercise. And I think for us as civil society in our partnership with SADC-PF, the idea was to ensure we have a peer accountability mechanism, not naming and shaming. So when we bring statistics, when we bring issues to the fore, including issues around harmful practices, regardless of how they are defined, the idea is not to name and shame, but to strengthen peer accountability mechanisms. So this is what I really wanted to share right off the bat, to say, for us, our partnership is not about naming and shaming, but to enhance peer accountability. So that is my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoinette, for that. And thank you so much, honorable members, for all the questions and comments raised. As you may all agree with me, some of them are beyond the scope that we can attend to within this meeting. But let me just shed some light in terms of our intention with the dashboard. And as Antoinette has just mentioned here, it's really to equip you with easy access to information that you can use when you're making decisions, when you're making deliberations. That's the overall intention. And as mentioned, this is the first time that we have published it across to yourselves. This is not in the public domain. It's just with yourselves, first of all, because there are processes for validation that we ought to go through before we can put this out. So you may notice that after this meeting, that link may disappear from you because we have a validation process that we ought to do. Most of this data, in fact, all of this data already exists in the public domain in online or in your countries, but it could be perhaps that maybe we picked a statistic that maybe is not within the most recent, because that's what was available online. For example, most of the SDG information that you've seen on child marriage, the last SDG study that was collected was 2023. So most of the data will be 2023. But your countries, through different studies, may have most recent data than what we have put in the dashboard. So part of the process involves us getting in touch with relevant custodians of data in each member state and validate and prove that that is the most up-to-date statistic before we can then put this out to the public. So there will be engagement with each member state, with the relevant stakeholders, and you will see in the activity that you would do as we close that each of these activities we've actually mapped out stakeholders and custodians of data in your countries whom we would be getting in touch with to verify if that is the actual statistic. And so I am not surprised that some of the numbers are not in agreement with what you know. And we sincerely apologize if that has made you feel in any way bad. However, what we must emphasize is that we as a team do have a validation process that we will undertake. And we didn't feel that should not hold us back in demonstrating to you what the dashboard would look like and how that would help you. In terms of, there was a number of questions around data sources. Indeed, none of this is primary source data. What that means is that we're not commissioning our own researchers. These are researchers that already exist in your member states. This is data that exists with your national statistics offices. This is data that exists with the UN agencies. And so we are not, any of the statistics you've seen here are not coming from ourselves, but they're coming from already existing. However, as you've all put it, we could have cited a source that is maybe outdated at this point because we may not have access to the source that you are referring to. And through the validation exercise, we will take care of that. Allow me to also emphasize that the model law was adopted by you all. And we have come only as technical experts to help in terms of monitoring it. And furthermore, the indicators that we are also measuring are indicators that actually started with a conversation with you. Some of you may not have been there, but were represented by the people that were there. And so again, it's still your document. It's still your choice to decide what you want to measure, how you want it measured, and how you want it to appear. And so we want to continue to avail ourselves as a resource that can improve this dashboard from where it is so that it can achieve its intention. The overall intention is that you can have easy access to data at real time, just like you have had here, and be able to hold meaningful debates, some of them even if uncomfortable, but if you're able to hold them like you have started here for us, is what we are looking for you, so you can debate using information and use that information to make better decisions ultimately for the well-being of the child. So I think those are just some of the quick responses I wish to give in terms of the areas of questions raised. There were a number of questions where members were not satisfied with the data, and we will welcome that feedback and we will validate that feedback. And I wish to withdraw. I might have used the word, the line name and shame. I apologize for that. That's not the intention, as Antoinette has said. The intention is really that we can collaborate and have an informed discussion around our data. All right. If I'm permitted, Chair, to just present our overall next steps, and then we move forward with the discussion.
Temos aqui mais. Vamos então passar para a segunda ronda. Tem Eswatini, tem a palavra Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to one of the standing orders for a SADC committee, where a member spits out or says something improper about other countries or another member inside, I think it says we must withdraw. So now, which means the status quo remains the same. If the member has said some of our cultural practices are harmful,
in which in our own way, in our own perspective, we view them as good as they are to us. But then now I'm concerned because the member did mention something, then quickly it just went out. So we are left there, it means the status quo remains the same because an undisputed lie becomes a truth always if you don't say anything against it. So now it means the status quo remains like this. And I would not allow, I would even ask for the adjournment of the meeting if the chairperson will allow us, because it cannot be like that. We cannot be, shaming other countries. And we just leave it like that. We respect each other with the spirit that we've had. It has been a good spirit. Each and every time I've attended meetings, I have got neighbors, got Botswana, South Africa, the way they respected us, the way we respect each other, it keeps the spirit so positive within us. So, but then now, I think, Madam Chair, take your position. You must have rule on this. The member must be called and he must withdraw.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Tem a palavra o Zimbábue.
Zimbabwe?
Thank you very much, Acting Chair and SG Secretary General. As parliamentarians, let us ensure that our national budgets and legislative frameworks strongly support the protection and empowerment of children. We must continue to enact and enforce laws that safeguard our well-being. While we also promoting responsible behaviors, including the message of sexual abstinence among young people to ensure healthier future for our region. I thank you.
Muito obrigada, Zimbábue. Tem a palavra África do Sul. Tem aqui 2 inscrições da África do Sul.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I just wanted to make an intervention because it looks like we are going to degenerate. And I'm going to ask your table to have, I'm not sure, SG, today I don't see your table staff. If your table staff are able to give meaning to words and assist you in dissecting what we say here. Because firstly, we have now made the resource person to withdraw that which he didn't mean it to be. It can be that as member states, we are going to sit here with a defense mechanism mode. We are talking about a very sensitive matter of children's lives and futures that get destroyed due to early marriage that we must prohibit. Now, firstly, the resource person, when he says name and shame, he tries to tell us that the countries that since 2016 have done very minimal in realizing and domesticating this law, there's nothing to withdraw there. We should not be defensive when we have done wrong, because the first step of domesticating this law is us accepting that we have done nothing as member states. Secondly, I'm not speaking on behalf of the member from Mozambique, but as far as I heard him, he was saying if the resource person says
there are countries which are allowing harmful practices, which are enabling an environment where the children are married off at 18 and below. It should be clarified what are those harmful practices. And then he went further to make an example. Are you saying our cultures are wrong? Are you saying, and then he made an example of the former president of South Africa, and then he made an example of Eswatini. But he does not say they are marrying children. He is saying cultures. Are you saying our cultures are wrong? For example, there is this culture, which my sister explained it very well, that if you may be referring to the celebration of pureness of children, is that what you are saying? But I don't think he was naming and shaming, but he was trying to get an explanation as to what are these type of cultures that are enabling the environment wherein children are molested and abused. So that's how I dissected it. So I'm trying to persuade all of us that let's come with open minds. Let's not come with defensive mode where we're going to attack each other for things or maybe misunderstandings amongst ourselves. At the center of this is, are our countries allowing children below the age of 18 being married off, period? That's the agenda, and the agenda should be as such. Thank you, SG.
Muito obrigada. África do Sul. Vou dar a palavra à senhora secretária-geral.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is a joint session where we are allowing ourselves to critically look at what pertains in our countries, using data that we have which may not be as accurate. I've never attended any meeting where data is accepted as it is. It would have been the first time where we all are unanimous in the data that is before us. Having said that, honorable members, this is a catalytic process which is going to assist in you going to further confirm in your countries whether indeed these structural issues can be dealt with or not. Even if it was 1%, for anybody who is very thorough, they would have been so concerned about that 1%. I think we should not take the fact that there's an attempt to consolidate data which emanated from motions in this particular parliamentary forum, where there is a process, imperfect as it is, to begin to assist us to look at the mirror. Regarding what may have been heard or said, allow us to look at the transcript and come back, because I believe that we may not have picked up the intention or the words that were being put on the floor. I don't want to go further. I'll look at the transcript and I'll come back on that matter. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária-geral. Eu tenho aqui mais 2 inscrições da África do Sul e vamos terminar o debate depois do preletor responder às questões.
So thank you very much, honorable members. I started this meeting with a team, and I would like to end as such. And I would like us to celebrate the hard work of the team. Please come through Technical Working Group one more time, just so that we can give them a round of applause. It takes quite a lot of work to produce what you've seen here. There have been some sleepless nights. Some people have not attended this because they had been working in the background. So allow me to welcome my technical team to come. And I wish to also just thank all of you for engaging with the dashboard. Every feedback you've given is going to help us improve it. It's going to help us develop something even better than what we have at the moment. We appreciate that. Allow me to also thank SG and the entire SADC Parliamentary Forum team that has been giving us the space, opening up their doors for us to work and work so collaboratively. It's quite an impeccable relationship that we have, and we really cherish it. SG, we are so grateful. And so, team, on behalf of myself and I'm sure on behalf of everyone, we want to thank you for working so hard and for bringing all these indicators together and for producing this dashboard. May I adopt Kurasha's clapping style so that we can upload and appreciate this team. So the clouds are forming. The clouds are forming. It's raining one finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers, full pump. Thunder! Thunder! Thank you so much. All right.
Muito obrigada, senhor Capazo, pela apresentação aqui das tabelas, não obstante a discussão que suscitou, mas pelo menos considero uma provocação para nós como deputados podermos analisar melhor esses dados, consultarmos os nossos países para saber de facto qual é a situação dos dados, se estão corretos, se estão incompletos, e depois então, quando voltarmos aqui a abordar essa questão, tenho a certeza que vamos ter mais luz na abordagem dessa questão. Vamos mais uma vez dar uma salva de palmas ao senhor Capaz e à sua equipa. São técnicos da SADC, são técnicos dos nossos países que estão a dar o seu melhor. Vamos ter um momento de intervalo. São agora 11 horas e 11 minutos. Vamos então fazer o intervalo até às 11h30. Muito obrigada. Senhores deputados, vamos retomar a sessão, mas antes de entrarmos para o programa, eu vou dar a palavra à senhora secretária-geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, we would like to adjust the program. We believe we have had very interactive engagements. We've gotten a lot of good feedback from yourselves. We have thus also devised a mechanism to strengthen our data collection processes so that parliaments are the gatekeepers. We will write to each parliament for each parliament to then engage internally with the national machinery to correct the data that we already have. So it would be incumbent upon yourselves, honorable members, to assist us in ensuring that you submit the data as you see fit, and we will be able to analyze it and also see how we can utilize it. Honorable members, the issue around Mozambique and Eswatini, I wish to confirm that the honorable member from Mozambique did not say anything that is in any way offensive to Eswatini. In fact, the honorable member was speaking in support of what he was contrasting two issues. He was saying, what are harmful practices and culture? We have these very vigorous and well-protected traditions in these countries. How do we then at a point begin to see them as cultural practices or culture? And in his view, he believed that he needed clarification on that. And for the record, I would like to say the member is wrongly being requested to withdraw. He did not say anything wrong. In fact, he was speaking in support and seeking clarity. I believe this matter is closed. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária-geral, senhora presidente em exercício do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, senhores deputados, vamos retomar o nosso programa e desta vez vamos acelerar, vamos para a trilha nona, que trata da aceleração, o acesso à saúde sexual reprodutiva para todas as idades na região da SADC. Vamos abrir este ponto com a poderosa mensagem da abertura de um jovem líder, o senhor Miguel Chissone, do painel consultivo da juventude da IVOS, que enquadrará esta sessão como uma resposta urgente aos desafios atuais da saúde sexual reprodutiva dos adolescentes.
Honorable Chairperson, allow me to write on already existing protocol and acknowledge the President of the Secretary General. Okay, sorry. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to write on already existing protocols and acknowledge the presence of the Secretary General. I stand here today before you, not merely as a representative of the Youth Advisory Panel member under HIVOS SRH Fund, but as a voice of millions of young people across Southern Africa who look to this distinguished forum with hope, expectation, and unwavering solidarity. The SADC protocols we discussed today are not mere documents gathering dust on shelves. They are living commitments, blueprints for the future we have collectively envisioned for our region. They represent our shared values of dignity, equality, and justice. Yet, we must acknowledge a sobering truth. The distance between the signing implementation still remains vast, and it is in bridging this gap that parliamentarians hold extraordinary power and responsibility. When we speak of sexual reproductive health and rights within the framework of certain protocols, we speak of fundamental freedoms. We speak of the right of a girl in rural Malawi to access contraception without stigma due to the age-related barriers. We speak of the right of an adolescent in Zimbabwe to receive comprehensive sexuality education. We speak of the right of every young person across our member states to make informed decisions about the policies that allow adolescents to access SRH services without third-party authorization. Today, I extend solidarity, solidarity that transcends borders, language, and political differences. This solidarity will flow in three critical directions. Firstly, solidarity amongst parliamentarians across the SADC region. Your legislative power is immense, but it multiplies exponentially when exercised collectively. When one parliament champions progressive SRH legislation that support access to SRH without any third-party consent, you create a ripple effect that emboldens others. Regional peer learning and accountability mechanisms are not bureaucratic exercises. They are lifelines for meaningful change. Secondly, solidarity between generations. Young people are not merely beneficiaries of your decisions. We are partners, stakeholders, and co-architects of our shared future. The Youth Advisory Panel under YIVOS that I represent exists because we understand that inclusive policymaking yields better outcomes. We bring lived experiences, innovative perspectives, and a moral agency that complements your legislative expertise. Thirdly, solidarity between commitment and action. It is one thing to sign protocols in international forums. It is entirely another to domesticate them into national laws and implement them with adequate resources, political will, and accountability measures. This is where rhetoric must meet reality, where promises must become practice. Distinguished parliamentarians, civil society, and development partners, and the House at large, not forgetting fellow youths, the challenges facing young people's sexual reproductive health in our region demands urgent action. Maternal mortality rates remain unacceptably high. Adolescent pregnancies continue to derail education and economic opportunities. HIV and AIDS still disproportionately affects young people, young women, girls, and not only key populations. Gender-based violence persists as a pandemic within our region. These are not abstract statements. They are the daily realities of our sisters, brothers, daughters, and sons. And they persist in part because of gaps in our regional commitments and national implementation. I therefore call upon this esteemed forum to enhance its advocacy role in concrete ways through prioritizing the accelerated ratification of outstanding SADC protocols, particularly those touching on gender equality, health rights, and youth development. Every year of delay is a year of denied rights. Let us strengthen mechanisms for domestication that go beyond token legislative amendments. True domestication requires budget allocations, institutional capacity building, and alignment of national laws with regional commitments. It is time we institutionalize meaningful youth participation in every stage of this process, from policy design to implementation monitoring. Our exclusion as young people from decision-making tables is not just unjust, it is strategically unwise. As we deliberate today, let us remember that solidarity is not passive sympathy. It is an active commitment. It is choosing to use your legislative power, not just for political convenience, but for the moral imperative. It is recognizing that SRH for young people is not a peripheral issue, but a fundamental determinant of our region's development. I stand here in solidarity with you, ready to support your advocacy, to provide youth perspectives, and to hold spaces for difficult conversations we must have about implementation gaps and political barriers. Together, parliamentarians, youth present, government officials, civil society present, development partners, we are the future generations. We can transform protocols into practice, commitments into change, and solidarity into lasting solutions. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Depois desta intervenção ao tema, vamos receber a apresentação conjunta dos senhores Giotti Tewari, assessor de sistemas de saúde, e da senhora Dívia da Equality Now. A sessão centrará a sua atenção aos dados regionais, nas barreiras e nos quadros jurídicos que afetam o acesso do adolescente ao serviço de saúde sexualmente reprodutiva.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon to all honorable members of parliaments. By observing all protocol on behalf of UNFPA, I thank you for inviting us to this conversation. Thank you so much. Very briefly, we will look at how you could play a bigger role in accelerating progress towards SRHR. But before we do that, in our region, even for me, even in my own institution, which is largely work on SRHR, SRHR means different things to different people. So just as a quick recap, let's look at what we mean by SRHR. As you know, the whole definition of or the scope of SRHR has been evolving over the years. As we stand today, there is a broad agreement that increasing access to SRHR means increasing access to these 9 bundles of services. And they need to be provided through human right-based approaches by leaving no one behind, and both in developmental and humanitarian setting. And as we know, in most of our countries, inadequate access to these services almost contributes to a third of morbidity and mortality among women of reproductive age. So that's the importance. But the good news, all your hard work is making a difference. As we speak, there has been significant progress in each of these 9 areas or bundles of services. However, there are some areas which requires a bit of more attention. As we speak, the use of modern methods of family planning has nearly doubled since 2000. Maternal mortality has reduced by 40%. Safe abortion and post-abortion care compliant to the national laws have been improving, particularly post-abortion care in many places has expanded. HIV has reduced significantly, in particular the new infection. Despite progress, many of you have been discussing the teen pregnancy in our region in most of the countries remains a huge concern. And we will speak a bit more about it. And you can see the range there in terms of maternal mortality and also the unmet need for family planning. As we speak, 1 in every 5 women and girls, they would like to either delay or terminate their pregnancy, but they are not able to do so largely because of access or lack of access to family planning services. Moving on, which direction should I point? There. Okay, moving on. Again, the other areas, the gender-based violence, you have been discussing about it, a lot of progress, a lot of national consultation, and in many, many countries has kind of committed that this is an area where we should be doing much better. Cervical cancer in many places is emerging as a big concern, again, may require your attention. And comprehensive health education, we have done really well. Most country has done really well in school-based comprehensive health education, but we need to be paying a bit more attention to the out-of-school young people and then their health education. As I said, the child marriage and teen pregnancy continues to be two major concerns, and I believe you have been talking about it and discussing ways how potentially we could address these issues. And that's just the graph there on your left, the adolescents' birth rate in in all SADC countries, so that you know the global average, which includes our region, is around 40. So this region, most of the countries you can see, many of them are almost twice than the global average. Moving on. Yes, I mean, there is no new information here. You have been talking about it. Just to put it in a simpler way, the two areas which may require your attention. And the next slide, please. Okay. Can you go to the previous one? No, the previous one. Sorry. Can you put the previous one? The previous slide, sorry. Yes, this one. So this kind of tells you why we should be, again, it's a quick recap, why we should be all even talking about spending our time and energy on these issues. So if you take a teenage girl or adolescent girl, it looks like in our region, broadly, obviously, so oversimplification, broadly, she's likely to follow two pathways. One, where child marriage, leaving school, teen and repeat pregnancies, high maternal mortality and morbidity, informal work, insecurity, and displacement. And on top of it, as a community, as a nation, we will miss the opportunity to harness multiple dividends, whether it's health dividends, education dividend, gender dividends, climate dividend, or economic dividend. And the other pathway is in school, good health and well-being, decent employment, adult marriage, healthy motherhood, security of place, employment, and the potential to harness multiple dividend. And everything what we have been talking about, the 9 bundles of SRHR services, help bridge these two pathways. It takes women and girls from the lower pathway to upper pathway. And everything what is listed in there, huge amount of evidence, a lot of it from our region in last 30, 35 years. So any information you need. So, and then the good news, you can put justification in many ways. You can put a economic justification, you can put a gender justification, you can put a human right justification, you can put a health justification, a education justification, and then you can look at it many different ways, and then it will tell you the story that is almost is how critical it is for the national development, for the human capital development. And moving on. Yeah. So, however, you know better than any one of us, when you are talking about these issues in parliament, often the question will be raised, how much will it cost? Is it worth it? So out of the all justification which we have, whether it's a human right, health, education, climate, or gender, sometimes the economic justification in our parliamentary conversations may become more important than others. And the SRHR community and health community over the years have put in many, many numbers. But one of the criticism which comes to us, oh, you are the advocate of SRHR, you work in the health sector, the numbers which you put in are obviously probably biased. However, last year, can we go to the previous slide, please? Last year, the World Economic Forum, they looked at all the evidence available across the globe, and they came up with this number. So this is a bunch of economists, developmental economists, who haven't spent their entire time on health or SRHR issues. And then look at this, the inadequate access to SRHR services contributes to health gap. And we are talking about women spending around 25% of their life in poor health because of inadequate access to health, in particular SRS services, which translates into 9 years of their life. So in comparison to a man, women in this world spend 9 years more with poor health conditions. And that's the importance. And if you try to, again, put some resources or calculate some money around it, it works out to be $1 trillion of loss each year. And also they looked at, if you invest money to address those gaps, every $1 invested is likely to produce $3 worth of economic benefit. So I'm not saying economic benefit should be the most important benefits, why we should be investing in women and girls and their potential, but it's important. But along with it, I think all other things which you have been discussing around, whether it's a human rights argument or the health argument or the gender argument or the education argument are equally important. Moving on, and then almost I'm towards the end of this conversation. Okay, if it's so important, if we all are committed to make a difference here, we need money. And unfortunately, in SADC countries, in most countries, the government spend in health has been quite mixed. So to provide basic essential primary health care, a country needs to spend around $86 per capita per annum. But at this point of time, as you can see, apart from 6 countries, all other countries are spending significantly less. That's the lower graph out there. So if the countries are not spending money from their own resources, how are we achieving some of these health status? It looks like a lot of money is coming from individual spend, which we call out-of-pocket expenditure, and more also from the external partners. So there are at least 9 countries where the external funding has been hugely significant. And the upper graph out there, the yellow things looks at out of the total health spend, how much is coming from the government, the green one, how much is coming from external sources, which is the yellow one, and the red one from people out-of-pocket expenditure. So if you can see, there are countries, around 6 countries, almost 50% of the health spend comes from external sources. So that's something for us to think about. particularly in the context where the external funding might be reducing, or in many contexts might be coming to zero very soon. So what happens to all those services and provisions when the external funding environment changes? And we have some evidence, as you know, and have been talking about. Can you put the next slide? So a lot of that external money, particularly into SADC country, comes from last year, came from US government. Almost $5 billion was invested in our region, in East and Southern Africa region, by US government alone. And think about, if that get reduced by 50%, you are talking about $2.5 billion someone else needs to pay for to even maintain the current level of services. Forget about accelerating the services. However, you can have an argument, maybe the way USG performed its business was much more expensive than the national government. Even if you discount, say, 30 or 40% from there, still it will be a huge number. Still it will be a huge gap that needs to be addressed immediately. And therefore, a submission to you is absolutely brilliant to have plans, laws and policies, but also we need to be paying attention to how through our parliamentary processes, particularly working with the parliamentary health committees, look at the health budget allocation. Within the health budget allocation, the allocation for women's health and SRHR. And last slide, hopefully. Can we move on? Okay, so these are some of the things I think. Oh no, the previous one, sorry. Can you go to the previous one? Can you put the previous slide? Okay, that one. Sorry. So these are 4 areas perhaps which requires your leadership and attention. The first, sorry, I should have used my computer. The next slide, sorry. Yes, I'll leave it there. That's the last one. So the first, to bring more money to the health sector, which requires a bit more allocation from the general government budget to health sector. And you have been talking about the 15% whatever commitment which most country made. Currently around 7% of the overall budget gets allocated to health sector. A bit of attention there will be important. However, as you know, it's really, really difficult. The fiscal space in many countries are very tight. The other one, the money which we got in the health sector, we need to use better. In each of our country, out of $100 we get allocated to health sector, only 75 to 80 got spent. So every year, in fact, the Ministry of Health might be returning $15, $20 back to the treasury. So is there a way we can reallocate? And there are really great examples in the recent past in South Africa, in Zambia, where they have been able to reallocate resources to look at the immediate needs. The third one is to, if new money is becoming difficult, if reallocation is becoming difficult, also consider take SRHR where money is. Every country has a primary health care essential service package. Many countries have created the National Health Insurance Service Package. We need to critically question whether my SRHR, women's health conditions, are comprehensively included in those packages. Because once they are included, hopefully, because they are part and parcel of the government commitment, they will be paid for. And the last one, to look at any other innovative financing. Might be difficult for many settings, but at least in middle income country and high middle income country, the private sector could offer some potential there to have some kind of partnership, innovative partnership to address some of these issues. So with that, let me stop and then give back to the chair.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Giotti. Obrigada pela sua intervenção. Foram-nos aqui apresentados alguns números, alguns desafios que os nossos países vão passar a ter agora depois da perda de algumas doações que, como sabemos, tivemos. Portanto, vamos passar à fase do debate e refletindo sobre as questões aqui apresentadas. Peço perdão, ainda falta, vou chamar a senhora Dívia.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and I would like to take the floor to look at the related topic to what Jyoti was discussing, but slightly different, looking specifically at what is the impact of restrictive laws on SRHR on children across the region, particularly girls. And I'm making this presentation today on behalf of a number of civil society organizations, Equality Now, Plan International, Girls Not Brides, CARE, SIOF, as well as HEWAS. So I think the main topic that I really want to unpack, and I know this is an emotive topic which it has a lot of different opinions in the room. So it's just, I think it's also come up earlier in the day, in the morning session, as well as yesterday. But I think it would be good for us to have a deeper discussion on this topic and really unpack what it means and what international and regional human rights standards say when it comes to the issue of age of consent to sex. So I think the main theme of the presentation, which I'm giving as a spoiler up front, is to try and establish why we should de-link the age of consent to sex from the minimum age of marriage and why we can deal with them differently as two separate issues. So before I get into the reasoning, just to maybe look at what do we mean when we say age of consent to sex, and specifically under the law. So the age of consent to sex defined by the law is the age under which minors are not considered legally to be able to consent to sex, and they don't have that capacity. So this means that sex with minors would be criminalized as defilement or statutory rape in different countries, irrespective of whether they've consented to that sex or not. So though regional and international human rights standards, including the SADC model law, require setting the minimum age of marriage at 18 without exceptions, this standard does not apply with respect to age of consent to sex. This is more left up to individual countries to regulate while complying with broader human rights principles. So just a quick overview of the sources of the data which are coming later in the presentation, so you know where the research is coming from. It's coming from different reports and research which has all been done by the partner organizations which have analyzed the laws as well as the data in terms of the impact of these laws. So coming to international and regional human rights standards, like I said before, there's no specific age of consent to sex which is there under international or regional law. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, their general comment on adolescence notes that actually that states shouldn't be criminalizing adolescents of similar ages for consensual, non-coercive, and non-exploitative sexual activity. And the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has issued a guidance on combating sexual violence called the Niamey Guidelines. And the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women has also developed a model law on rape. And they both recommend setting the age of sexual consent at 16 years. And this is actually reflected in a number of countries, even within the region. So Just to say at the outset that we do understand that sometimes for child protection reasons, setting the age of consent to sex too low can also cause difficulties, and it can impede child protection. Because if it's not accompanied by a strong definition under the rape law, for example, if the rape law specifically says that there needs to be use of force, there's a chance that this gap can create an impunity when it comes to sexual violence against minors, particularly when it's adults like teachers, who are taking advantage of a position of power over them and committing acts of sexual exploitation. And that's why we understand and agree that the need to have this law on age of consent to sex is required, and we do need to protect children. But on the other hand, we also need to look at the issue of if the laws are too protective, then what kind of impact could they have on children and on adolescents? So when it comes to protective laws, there are some countries where the age of consent to sex is set at 18, and there are no exceptions. And there's also an increasing trend towards passing such laws. And I think even we would have seen in the region that especially when there's a change in the minimum age of marriage law, there's often a conversation that, okay, now we have to harmonize and we have to also raise the age of consent to sex to 18. So just, I think the argument that we want to try and make through this presentation is that alignment of laws does not mean that it has to be the same. It just means that they all need to be working together towards the same goal. So if such laws don't have an exception for consensual sexual activity amongst peers, they may actually be counterproductive. And I'm just going to go through a couple of the impacts that such overprotective laws might have. The first is that there's no evidence to show that if you actually raise the age of there's no evidence to show that if you actually raise the age of consent to sex in the law, that it results either in lower teenage pregnancies or that it delays the age of sexual debut. Actually, extensive research shows that efforts to promote sexual abstinence only for adolescents are not effective in delaying sexual initiation or changing other sexual risk behaviors. So setting high ages of consent to sex under the law doesn't actually promote gender equality. In fact, there's some growing evidence in some countries which shows that if you have restrictive legal environments and you have a lot of social stigma, then for children, actually marriage might be the only safe space where they can have sex. So it might lead to the opposite effect than we want and lead to adolescents actually turning to marriage. And some more facts in terms of the unintended consequences. Sorry. Just been told to speak slower, so I will try. In terms of the unintended consequences of criminalization, I just want to think about what it means to really use criminal laws to go after children who are actually entering into consensual romantic and sexual relationships between themselves. In many countries, this might mean that girls, and in most cases it's boys, depending on the law of the country involved, are being sent to jail for actually doing an act which was consensual, which can have profound impacts on their lives and their futures. Further, criminal laws surrounding adolescent sexuality can limit the ability of adolescents to access information and services regarding sexual and reproductive health and rights. For example, they might fear accessing these services because it's actually illegal for them to have sex, so they're not supposed to be accessing these services, or healthcare providers may refuse to provide these services to them because of fear of applicable laws. For example, doctors may refuse to treat pregnant girls, and we have examples of this happening in some countries, in order to avoid the legal hassle involved because they know that it's the sex which led to the pregnancy is actually prohibited by the law. And this is especially if they also have mandatory reporting obligations under child protection laws. So just to recap quickly, in terms of the potential consequences of having high age of consent laws, they can limit adolescent autonomy and agency. There's a stigmatization and criminalization of young people who are having consensual sex, particularly boys. There's an increased barrier in accessing SRH services, which can help prevent teenage pregnancies. There's a potential rise in self-initiated marriages amongst adolescents, child marriages. And there's reducing access to also information on sexual and reproductive health, which is critical for adolescents to know how to have sex safely, prevent teen pregnancies, and to enable them to know about which services that they can access. And there's an increased stigma for unmarried girls who do become pregnant. So just to talk a little bit about recognizing adolescence, because often we look at concepts in a very binary way, so either you're a child or you're an adult. But there's a growing literature about how that earlier, like transition from childhood to adulthood tended to be very rapid and distinct, and that's why often earlier the age of the child was lower and now it's higher. But now in the context of increasing urbanization, economic development, and globalization, there's a state of youth which is in between a child and an adult, where a person is not fully an adult, but it still is a social category of their own. And as the gap between the age of sexual debut and the age of marriage widens, there's also the trends to raise the age of sexual consent or align it with the age of marriage are actually out of step with the way that adolescents are living their lives right now. So just some statistics in terms of what we know on the age of sexual debut. So globally, we know that young people are initiating sex at an earlier age, and they're actually getting married later, which is great and what we're all working towards under the child marriage agenda. So in West, Central, East, and Southern Africa, only 28% of girls were married before the age of 18, but 57% had their sexual debut before this age. And then if you look specifically in the East and Southern Africa region, UNFPA's research shows that the median age of sexual debut is between 15 and 19 years, and there's actually a significant proportion of the population where it's also taking place below the age of 15. So like I said, international and regional human rights standards don't have a prescription in terms of what age you should have in the law, in national laws for the age of consent to sex, but they do have certain principles which we can use to inform our decision making. So the first one is the principle of evolving capacity of adolescents, which is recognized in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So basically this requires recognizing adolescents as right holders with capacities that evolve with their age and maturity. And it explicitly includes rights related to sexual activity and the rights for them to be informed about their sexual and reproductive health. The Child Rights Committee has noted that this is an enabling principle which addresses the process of maturation and learning through which children progressively acquire competencies, understandings, and increased levels of agency to take responsibility and exercise their rights. I think this is the understanding that the process of evolution from a child to an adult takes place over years. It doesn't happen overnight that, one day before you turn 18, you're a child, and the next day you've suddenly gotten all these capabilities and understanding and maturity the next day just because you turn 18. And we understand that the laws have to be specific, but we also need to recognize that the principle of evolving capacity. The next principle I wanted to highlight is the principle of the best interests of the child, which we all know is recognized across all international and regional human rights treaties. And I particularly wanted to highlight the SADC model law on child marriage, which guides us that the best interests of the child should be of paramount consideration in any matter, decision, or action concerning the child, whether undertaken by anybody, whether it's the government, a judicial institution, or a service provider. So along those lines, I just wanted to highlight one specific case from South Africa, where there was a constitutional challenge to a provision under the Sexual Offences Act. So under this provision, there was a criminalization of consensual sexual activity between adolescents between the ages of 12 to 16, irrespective of if the other person was a child or an adult. And the issue here was whether is this constitutionally permissible and whether these children should be subjected to criminal sanctions, which I think is a really important question about whether we should be criminally penalizing these children. And in South Africa's case, and in this before the before this case, both the children were being prosecuted, both the older child and the younger child, and often they were peers and within the same age category. So the Constitutional Court held that it cannot be doubted that the criminalization of consensual sexual conduct is a form of stigmatization, which is degrading and invasive. And in the circumstances of this case, it says that the human dignity of the adolescents was being clearly infringed. And it further went on to state that we cannot make this distinction to say that they don't have the capacity to make choices about their sexual activity, yet in the same breath, we're saying that they have the capacity to be held criminally liable for those choices. So I think that's why we need to take a look at what it really means to hold children criminally liable for this. So just an example of a good practice which some countries have been evolving to have these exceptions, which are called close-in age exceptions, or in some cases they're called Romeo and Juliet clauses, which is basically considering the ages of the parties involved. So understanding that if it's an adult that's having sex with a child, that it might be exploitative, but if it's two peers who have of the same age or very similar ages involved, we need to strike a balance between protecting adolescents and making room for them to have self-determination. So a couple of examples of countries which have these laws of close-in age exceptions. So in Botswana, even though the offense of defilement of a child sets the age at 18, there is an exception that if the person who is charged is less than 2 years older than the survivor, is not in a position of authority or trust over them, and not in a relationship of dependency, then the law creates an exception from the criminal offense. And there are a number of other countries in the region which also have similar provisions. And then wanted to bring up another example from Zimbabwe because it just passed recently with the Criminal Laws Amendment Act 2024. Even though the age of consent to sex was set as 18, there is a conditional exemption for children or adults who have sex with a child where the age gap is not more than 3 years. And in such cases, they can only be prosecuted at the instance of the Prosecutor General, and there needs to be consideration of a report by a probation officer under the Children's Act. So they're actually looking at the specific circumstances in that case to check, was it exploitative, would it be considered a sexual offense, rather than blanketly criminalizing sexual conduct. So just to move on really quickly to the related issue of the age of consent to access SRHR services, I think this is another problem in terms of children being routinely excluded from these services due to restrictions imposed by the law, such as, for example, minimum ages of consent for procedures and services. There may be some laws which only allow them to access it with either parental or third-party authorization. There are also other barriers, including cost, social stigma. But in this specific presentation, we're looking at the impact of the laws. So for some instance, with regard to HIV testing, children can consent to HIV testing and treatment at the age of 12 in some countries, but in others, the age is 18. So this, for children who have HIV, this is really a big preventative tool which they might have difficulty accessing just because they can't get parental or third-party consent to access it. So it's crucial that the age of consent to such medical services is based on the adolescent's maturity to understand the risks, benefits, and consequences, and the healthcare providers are also properly guided on this. So I think just wanted to also highlight the issue of stigma and other practical barriers in terms of access to services, including the proximity of healthcare facilities and the stigma which are often faced by minors who get pregnant at the time of giving birth, which actually inhibits them from receiving healthcare during birth. So the SADC model law on child marriage actually has a specific provision in this. It calls for the reform of national laws to remove any barriers to access sexual and reproductive health services for married girls and survivors of child marriage. So just to conclude, I know we all like to talk about alignment of laws, but to say that aligning our laws doesn't mean that we need to have the same provisions in every law. Why is it permissible to have differential standards on ages of consent to sex, SRH services, and marriages? So marriage is a potentially lifelong contract with important legal obligations and responsibilities, and it needs to be governed by separate rules. It can't be compared to sexual activity. And the negative impact of child marriage is well established. We've been talking about it over the last 2 days. And as mentioned before, international and regional human rights standards specifically require setting the minimum age of marriage at 18, and they don't have any such requirements for the age of sexual consent, and in fact, actually establish principles which point towards the opposite. And then finally, criminalizing and stigmatizing consensual adolescent sexual activity is actually harming children and not protecting them. The conclusion, I think, may be to look at some of the principles that we can take into account while making decisions on what laws on this issue should look like. First, that the laws should be gender transformative and rights affirming. So it means that we should have age of consent laws that actually empower girls rather than focus on controlling them, and that we need to engage communities and girls themselves in the lawmaking processes to hear about what they want to see in the law. Also, that age of consent law should be part of a comprehensive legal framework, that it's not an issue that's just standing alone by itself. And we need to see how it impacts other issues like child marriage and SRHR. And finally, for countries where we do have laws that have set the age of consent to sex at 18 without any exceptions, I think there's a need to monitor and evaluate the impact of these laws on girls' access to services and justice, and really conduct research in terms of whether they're achieving the objectives that we want them to. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Dívia, por esta apresentação que nos desafia a todos, pois sabemos o quanto é tabu abordarmos determinadas questões nas nossas realidades. Portanto, está aqui um desafio para este debate que vamos ter aqui agora. Portanto, peço então que os colegas se inscrevam para iniciarmos o debate dos dois temas que foram aqui apresentados. Estou a ver Eswatini, África do Sul, Zâmbia, Zimbábue, Namíbia. Eswatini, mas... Portanto, passo a palavra para Eswatini. Eles outro. Não, Eswatini.
May I register gratitude and appreciation to the presenters for a very informative session. Just one question. I hope it's not going to cause much debate, because it is relevant to what we've been talking about, these development initiatives versus our cultural, customary, traditional values. Having said that, I'm saying there is no way we can undermine SRH rights in any jurisdiction. I think we are all of one mind. But there is always a misunderstanding, or maybe lack of understanding, what this concept called comprehensive sexual education means. That's why I'm linking it to customary, traditional, values. There are certain things, if I were to make an example, which are a taboo in terms of our held beliefs and traditions. So we need to have a uniform understanding. That would be my intervention, Chair. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Tem a palavra Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My intervention really is, first of all, to thank the presenter for such an elaborative presentation. That really touched on a lot of perhaps things that otherwise we could have considered sensitive or not very clear. When we heard that there are some countries that have passed certain laws with exceptions, and now she has been able to really take us through what are some of those exceptions and the rationale behind them. And the one that I really want to speak about is where she mentioned that there is a recommendation not to criminalize sexual activity between minors or young people within roughly the same age. In the beginning, when she spoke that, I really wanted some clarity in terms of when she says the same age, does it mean 16 to 16? Or can it mean 16 to 17? And if that was the case, then we have teenagers here, one is 16 years, one is 17 years. What happens when this one who is 17 years crosses to 18, becomes an adult? The other one essentially is still a child. Does their sexual activity now become illegal? Again, the conversation, I know as she went on through the presentation, somewhere she did really address that question, that the age gap between the people who are engaging in sexual activity somehow should be considered. And it just said to me, perhaps when we are talking about sexual activity of minors, our main goal is protecting these young people from exploitative sexual activity. And most definitely, adults have more, they come from a place of power and would have more capacity to understand what the implication of a sexual activity would be more than these young people. That is where the entire, the baseline of our protection comes from. But now with this presentation, I started thinking beyond what we normally talk about every day. To say, now we have this 18-year boy who has been dating and having a sexual activity with this now 17-year-old girl. This has been the journey. But the law now says you are now an adult because you are 18. The 17-year-old girl is still a child. So what are the provisions that are there, especially in countries that do not have those exceptions like Botswana, which you mentioned? Are we realizing we are likely to end up having these young boys in prison for something that really isn't exploitative, given why we are protecting these young girls from the beginning? So how do we address those? How then do we make sure that countries that have not registered any exceptions in their perhaps sexual offense laws and everything to really consider circumstances around this? But then taking it even beyond just children. What do we say about an 18-year-old girl? The fact that we are now saying she's an adult, do we think she has the same negotiating power and capacity to get into sexual activity with a 40-year-old man? Are we letting her get exploited because now she's 18 and she's an adult? So what do we say about those kind of things, you know? Because we have been protecting her as a child. She crosses 18, the law says she's an adult. But that element that we have been protecting all along of exploitation, she's still vulnerable to it. So the fact that she has crossed the line, do we say on your own? So these are things that really I'm saying our sexual offense laws should really dig deeper, should really be very inclusive in the way they protect our women, even beyond the age of 18. The whole age gap that you mentioned during your presentation perhaps should continue to be a consideration even beyond the age of 18. To say, if a girl is 18, within what age group or range could a sexual relationship be found non-exploitative, such that we know she's within the same capacity with the partner that they're engaging in this sexual activity, that we would not feel they have been taken advantage of. So these are things that I perhaps feel like presentation kind of triggered in my mind to start thinking about. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado do Lesoto. Tem a palavra a África do Sul. Eu tenho da África do Sul 3 intervenções aqui anotadas. Portanto, vamos começar pelo senhor deputado.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me also start by appreciating the presentations from the presenters. I think I have just 2 points to both presenters. If you look at the South African health budget, really it's quite significant. I mean, I think the issue is not really the budget of if you look at the challenges that you are facing in South Africa, I mean, health has the 3rd biggest budget, which is almost 300 billion. But I think the biggest issue that we need to start talking about is the impact on our health budget that comes from our neighboring countries. And I think we must really start taking ourselves seriously as SADC. This reliance on foreign donors, when we are a region that is so rich, must change. I mean, the impact of poor health in our region is massive. And I don't understand why we don't have SADC Health Fund so that we can start really addressing these issues because they have unintended consequences. Besides the fact that, beside the impact that I spoke about on our health budget, this is starting to cause really tension between mainly Africans from South Africa and fellow sisters and brothers from neighboring SADC region. And I think this must then lead to a serious conversation about the issue of health and the steps that we need to take, because this reliance on foreign donor has an impact on our international relations as well. How do we come to a decision as to which country we are forming a relationship with? For example, the situation with US is a classic in point. I mean, US feels they can do as they pleased because we've allowed ourselves to depend on them on many things. So I think for me, that is an issue. The second and the last point on the second speaker is that I need to understand the rationale here because as a resource people, part of your responsibility is also to advise us. Now, in my country, you can get an ID at 16. You can consent to sex at 16, but you can only vote at 18. And you can only sign a legal contract at 18. But the most bizarre thing is that a 12-year-old can access health facilities, that is your birth control, that is your HIV testing, without the consent from parents. Now, what is the rationale here? Because if we are saying you are not developed enough to make decisions, and therefore at 16, you can't sign a contract, but at 12, you can make certain decisions about life without the consent of the parent. I need to understand those contradictions. What is your view on them? Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Mais uma vez, a palavra à África do Sul.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to our resource personnel. I'm going to start with the first presentation and just need a few clarities. Also in line with the reliance on the foreign aid, as our countries, I actually wrote on my notes, my colleague from South Africa, DRC in big, so that I don't forget. If you look at the DRC and its wealth, and DRC is part of the countries wherein their health sector is overly reliant on the foreign aid. In terms of the research, what aspects of healthcare, if you may, what aspects of healthcare you could uplift in terms of the services that they provide? Which ones are much more impacted by the less budget? So there's different components of the health provision. And also of curiosity, because as the SADC member states, we believe that we should provide free health care to our people. And of course, there's different brackets of people, but generally, I think all of us agree that we should provide free health care to our communities. But which aspects of these countries wherein it is impacted the most in terms of their budget? And coupled with that, do we have the action plans of the member states in terms of the SRHR? And if you had analyzed those action plans of each member state and their progress thereof, because there's nothing innocent also about the US aid to all member states seated here. I think we need to now start applying critical thinking around this aid. It was never innocent to start off with. And the result of that is one, we just now received the LENA, which is the vaccine for HIV/AIDS and access of the LENA. But if you look at how the LENA came about and the research and the trials and everything, they were mainly in Africa. They were mainly done in Africa. It's Africans that became objects of testing if this thing works or not. But when it comes to fruition, it's Africans that are told you can't even go and formulate a generic of that. Now we ring fence our medicine. After you have become subjects of testing, we're actually mice and goats and everything as Africans. So this conversation of us and access to healthcare, SG, has to really go deeper, because all these aids that are coming to Africa are not innocent. Similar to the same way that the now president of US woke up one day and said he is withdrawing his aid to some countries, thinking that is gonna affect or we are going to die sometime and then go and beg. So the innocence of this is really very problematic for us. So I want to agree with my colleague that we need that conversation. We can fund our own education, our own health, our own social welfare from our own minerals, from our own agricultural products. But we are not willing to look beyond that. The second thing is on the second presentation, the delinking of age consent to sex is very interesting. And I love how the critical thinking of it always gives us what would be the outcome of this and what would be the outcome of that. Also, linking my question to my colleague from Lesotho of the unintended consequence of not criminalizing the age of consent. But my example goes differently than his in a sense that now, because a child is 16 and a man who's 40 years old want to exploit that child, the child can say, I consented to sex, avoiding to marry them because they are not 18 yet. They can't marry them, they are not 18 yet, but they can have sex with them and even threaten them to say, you must say you consented to it, so nothing will happen to me. And how do we cushion such a gap? Because that is a reality which actually coined as a sugar daddy syndrome. So that sugar daddy syndrome, we need to really look into it, and we trust that from your research component, you are going to be able to help us. Also, the termination of pregnancy. As much as the termination of pregnancy forms part of the SRHR, there is something problematic in the SADC, I think mainly in Africa. Children arrive in clinics, they are looking for this service, the service is provided, but upon the provision of a service, it is not followed by rehabilitation and investigation thereof. Most children that attend these clinics are raped. It's not adolescent sexual activity, but because they have access to that clinic, they are even dropped by adults in these clinics. But those adults that are molesters stay outside the clinic, drop the child at the clinic, get the service, go back a week later, again they are raped. And we are not having any law which is enforcing clinics, schools, social workers, anyone who comes across a child who's pregnant and less than 16 years old must be arrested. We are not looking into that. They might be adolescent in terms of the age, their same age gap, that is fine. But we need to ascertain the rape part. If they are not violated, because many of them, they are violated. It's not consensual, but because there is a service, we provide the service, we keep quiet. And it becomes another problem, which is an unintended consequence out of the goodness of what we are trying to do for the young people. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada. Mas tenho então a terceira intervenção da África do Sul. Por favor, senhor deputado.
Thank you, my esteemed chair of the session. Let me also make some input and also appreciate the presenters, particularly on highlighting the changes that were brought by the Constitutional Court in relation to the concern to. All right. I was just saying, let me also appreciate the presenter for highlighting changes.
Senhores deputados, por favor, peço silêncio na sala. Obrigada.
Thank you. Chair, I was appreciating the presenter for.
Colegas da RDC, por favor, peço silêncio na sala.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the presenters must be appreciated for also bringing to the fore the changes that were introduced by the Concord, particularly on the need to deal with the stigma that was brought by the what we used to call to categorize as statutory rape or underage consensual act. I think the point that I want to also put emphasis on is the fact that sexual exploitation in the country remains a crime, and the law is quite clear in relation to that. We call it the Criminal Law Amendment Act. This covers, amongst others, the need to deal with sexual grooming, which I think from what the members have raised is an area of concern, but also commercial sexual exploitation, and hence the need for the law to also protect even those that are above 18, children and those with mental disabilities, because obviously they will lack the necessary capacity in law to consent, and therefore they are also vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Hence, the law had to sort of intervene to come to their rescue. This is also informed by the fact that some of this conduct are also rooted in social inequalities, the triple challenges of poverty, which makes young people vulnerable. That has to be confronted. So therefore, they need to have a holistic approach in terms of dealing with this type of sexual exploitation, sexual grooming, and they need to ensure that where there is a case, the law is able to come to the rescue of those that are vulnerable. Thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Tem a palavra o Zimbábue.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think there is no one from Zimbabwe raised the hand.
Peço desculpas. Então tem a Zâmbia. Tem a palavra Zâmbia.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start with thanking the resource person for the knowledge that is being imparted in us. Chair, towards the end of the presentation, I think that was under the conclusion, at the part where the presenter asked a question that why is it permissible to have differential standards on ages of consent to sex SRH, Services and Marriages. There is a part where she indicated that criminalizing and stigmatizing consensual adolescents sexual activity is actually harming children, not protecting them. I would like to just get a clarification on this issue and what the recommended alternative is according to the presenter's point of view. Thank you, Chair.
Obrigada, Zâmbia. Tem a palavra a Namíbia.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And of course, I would like to appreciate for the presentation that was done by the two esteemed resource persons. I would like to start, though it was elaborated on several times now, the impact on health that the USAID had on Africa, SADC, and our countries was so impactful that we ought to have taken a message out of that and just align it with our thinking as a SADC community. Perhaps I would like also, with regard to Mr. Jyoti's presentation, just to enlighten what retrospect the United Nations did to avoid such an impact caused by one state unto others. And of course, perhaps that also state to support the South African members of parliament that also elaborated and provoked the conversation of perhaps having our own as a SADC aid, perhaps to facilitate as USAID did. And of course, one would also put retrospect into it, that is in understanding that this was clearly used as a tool just unto African states and others. Number two, the presentation perhaps through Madam Divya, if I'm mentioning the name correctly. You mentioned this sexual consent through education. Perhaps we also need to look and have retrospect among ourselves, coming all the way to Africa. And of course, USAID also here is touched on. As we could see that the agenda was clear on some of the programs that were funded by USAID. Some of them involved acts that Africans are not comfortable with, that they were clearly funding. So some of these things we would like to look also into the education programs that are given on TV and to our children. And perhaps most importantly through cartoons from the foundation level, that is programming, because a program is called a program because it is a tool to program. That is one thing we must get clarity on and understand what it's meant to intend. And of course, some of these programs were unto homosexuality, and I would like also just to push it a bit also to Mr. Jyoti. How does that speak to procreation? Since that the UNFPA speaks on population increase as well and its health implication unto that. Through these programs, how do we empower girls with agendas that are coming through these programs as such that are affecting procreation as a result? So on that note, I would also like to applaud the clip that we played yesterday. That is a testimony that we are moving towards a good direction of playing our own stories to teach our children about our values and our culture. So on that, perhaps if you can just enlighten on those two things. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but we need clarity. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado da Namíbia. Tem a palavra Angola.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente desta sessão. Agradeço por me dar a palavra. Cumprimento a Presidente em exercício do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, a nossa Secretária-Geral e aos ilustres deputados. Gostaria de felicitar os nossos apresentadores pelas suas corajosas e pedagógicas apresentações, em que nos chamam a atenção aos parlamentares para refletirem sobre questões muito profundas, que nos remetem a questões da pobreza, da educação sexual e, sobretudo, da mudança de mentalidades. Ouvimos a visão de um homem e a visão de uma mulher, mas são duas visões que praticamente se complementam e nos ajudam na nossa reflexão. Porque estamos perante uma estratégia desafiante que exige respostas multissetoriais e a responsabilização de todos os intervenientes. Nós precisamos de poderosos agentes da mudança para desafiar e alterar as normas que nós temos hoje. E eu gostaria, perante este quadro desafiante, que os nossos dois preletores nos pudessem aconselhar, enquanto parlamentares que todos os dias advogam para o incremento do Orçamento Geral do Estado relativamente à saúde. E quando nós falamos de saúde, temos que pensar também nos determinantes sociais, porque a saúde por si só não caminha sozinha. Então, que esforços é que os parlamentares devem continuar a fazer no sentido de que esta nossa estratégia muito profunda, muito bem concebida, possa cumprir com os objetivos preconizados? Estas eram as minhas questões para os nossos preletores. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Angola. E tem a última intervenção, o senhor deputado da RDC.
Merci, Présidente, pour la parole. Tout à l'heure, on parlait de la RDC sur l'intervention des différents partenaires dans les soins de santé. Je voudrais ici dire que la RDC, pays continent, a traversé et continue de traverser des moments très, très difficiles de guerre d'agression, laquelle guerre dure bientôt plus de 30 ans. Et cette guerre entraîne des conséquences néfastes dans les domaines de la santé. Et la RDC, à cause de cette guerre, est devenue presque le centre d'épidémie de virus. On parle tantôt de virus d'Ebola et même d'Mpox. Et cela n'exclut pas que des partenaires extérieurs qui viennent pour intervenir dans ces domaines-là, pour éradiquer ces épidémies-là, viennent et on accepte leur accompagnement. Mais ils ne viennent pas pour les soins réguliers du peuple congolais. Le gouvernement de mon pays a pris et prend toujours des dispositions pour apporter des soins qu'il faut. Quoiqu'avec cette situation de guerre, il y a une restriction très, très, très importante des trains de vie des institutions et même du gouvernement. Et cela n'exclut pas qu'aujourd'hui, malgré cette situation-là, la RDC est en train de prendre des soins qu'il faut, notamment avec l'intervention dans les domaines de la santé, où on parle de la gratuité même de la maternité, des interventions de soins avec les dames post ou après l'accouchement. Ces soins-là ne sont plus à payer, c'est payé sur fonds propres du gouvernement. Ces soins-là sont donnés gratuitement au jour d'aujourd'hui. Peut-être que c'est des informations pour lesquelles on ne fait pas de publicité sur ce que le gouvernement fait comme son devoir, parce que c'est une obligation gouvernementale. Et les interventions qui viennent, ce n'est pas sur base d'une quelconque mendicité, mais c'est plutôt les partenaires qui viennent pour éradiquer certaines épidémies qui sont nées avec la guerre que connaît mon pays. Voilà un peu cette précision que je voulais donner par rapport à l'intervention de tout à l'heure. Merci.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado. Vamos então passar a palavra aos nossos preletores para reagirem às questões que foram aqui apresentadas à volta das intervenções que tiveram.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for all the questions and interventions. I think we really appreciate the fact that we can have an open discussion on this topic and welcome the questions for further clarity. The first issue I wanted to address was the question of, what happens if a child is above 18 and there is still an age gap, and how do we protect them? I think again, there we need to balance the principles of protection versus actually allowing people to determine for themselves what works. But what I really want to highlight here is that if there is a strong law on sexual offenses, which goes beyond saying that, defining rape only as a measure of a sexual activity that's done by force, if it goes beyond that and actually looks at other exploitative circumstances, whether a person is in a position of power and is actually abusing that position of power in order to have sex, there can be specific provisions on that. Like even like the honorable member from South Africa mentioned about having a specific provision on sexual grooming. So we can have provisions which take into account exploitative situations where actually the sex is not consensual, and make sure that women and girls of all ages are being protected under those, rather than merely thinking about whether we should raise the age of sexual consent. On the question of allowing a 12-year-old to access birth control and SRH services, even when they cannot consent to sex. I just want to go back to what is the intent of both of these laws. The first one, like the honorable member from Lesotho said, the law that we have on age of sexual consent, the main intent of it is to protect children from sexual exploitation. So we want to make sure that they're not being exploited by persons who are older than them or persons who are there in positions of power. On the other hand, the law, when it comes to allowing children to access SRH services, the intent of that is also coming from a protective space where we want to protect children from potential negative health consequences and unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted infections, and all the other health consequences that can come if they don't actually have the ability to access SRH services. So I think they're both looking towards the same thing, that even though the law has the age different in them, at the end of the day, we're trying to make sure, that our children are protected and they can lead healthy and happy lives. In terms of the other questions, in terms of how exactly we can frame a law to look at specific age gaps, I think if the recommendation is not that it has to be only with regard to persons who are exactly the same age. If you see different countries have different age gaps which they look at, whether it's 2 years or 3 years, the recommendation is to make sure that the age gap is not too wide, because again, this could lead to exploitation. But the age gap can cover both children and adolescents. So if you have an exception for a Romeo and Juliet clause, which is 2 or 3 years, it can apply even if it's a 19-year-old versus a 16-year-old, for example, and it need not necessarily be limited only when it comes to children. Yeah, in terms of the specific question on the point that was there on the slide, in terms of what we mean by saying that criminalizing consensual adolescent sexual activity is not protecting them, but actually harming them. I think what I try to bring out in the presentation is to say that firstly, we think it's not protecting them because there's actually no evidence to show that sexual activity is going to decrease. And it's while it might be covering some cases of exploitation. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, sorry. The question of why criminalizing consensual adolescent sexual activity is not actually protecting adolescents is because while it might cover some situations of exploitative sexual activity, we have other methods in which we can protect both children and adults from sexual exploitation without having a blanket provision which also takes into account consensual sex. And in terms of harm, I think just the harm of using criminal provisions against children, settling them with a criminal record which follows them around for their whole life, the disruption to education, potential impact on employment and other future prospects they might have, as well as the stigma are really some of the harms we wanted to highlight there. And in terms of the alternative, I think it really goes back to what was discussed before, is to have these kind of exceptions in the law to make sure that we're addressing each situation on a case-by-case basis to check, is it actually exploitative, or are we just trying to, control adolescents? And then finally, I think in terms of programming on comprehensive sexuality education, I just wanted to share again in terms of the research. There's research by UNESCO which looked at 77 countries, and many of them were actually in Africa, which looks at what is the impact of comprehensive sexuality education. And it really demonstrates that it does not actually lead to adolescents, starting to initiate sexual behavior earlier or undertaking risky sex, but it actually reduces those behaviors because all we're doing is giving them the understanding and the tools to be able to avoid these situations which can be harmful towards them. Just want to end by saying, at the end of the day, I think we need to always root ourselves back into what are the human rights principles and standards which are governing this, and how we need to ensure that even while we're following culture and traditions, we're ensuring that the interests of the best principles, the best interests of the child are always being adhered to. And actually, I think some of the strongest human rights standards are coming from Africa and rooted in African values, including the Maputo Protocol, which is a protocol on women's rights to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which is actually the most progressive standard of any region when it comes to govern women's and girls' rights. Thanks.
Muito obrigada, Tília.
Thank you so much. And then I see everybody is waiting for lunch, so I'll be very brief. And then also would like to offer UNFPA will be more than happy to engage with any of the parliamentary and honorable parliamentarian through SEDAC PF. And we have huge amount of information. And if you can drop in an email, and we promise that we will be able to respond to you within a day or so. But very briefly, I would like to touch on three things. Let's start with the CSC. I completely agree. We don't have to call CSC. In fact, in our region, various countries, depending on how culturally sensitive it is, has named it in different name, life skill education or health education. And then every country, when they are looking at the CSC curriculum and what is being taught in the school, at least take three things into account: whether it is age appropriate, whether there is scientific evidence around it, and whether it's culturally sensitive, and then which needs to, and we need to be part of that conversation. And I'm 100% sure a lot of the country, and South Africa, Botswana, Namibia are good example. They have gone through the process and then they have done it. But one thing, I guess, it's great to have the knowledge and awareness increase of young people, because the intent is the same. We don't want any harm. Whether the harm comes from a wrong cultural practice or from a wrong non-cultural practice, the idea is to harm reduction here, and therefore a lot of examples which has been documented, and a lot of countries in our region, in SADC region, has done amazingly good job. But one of the areas I think countries are looking at, how do we bring in a bit closer between CSC or health education and services, because having the awareness and then not being able to exercise or protect themselves when there is a need becomes a bit challenging. So that's something, but we can share all the information. And going back to our three honorable members from South Africa, I completely agree with them. So the good news is that if you look generally a average country and in health expenditure, around 50% goes into salary, around 35% goes into commodities, bringing in health commodities, and 15 to 20% goes into other things. So we can't do much on the salary. Most government, one way or other, pay for their salaries. Salaries might be extremely low in some countries and then decent in other countries, but salaries, nobody pays for it. So still, we should be very proud that every country is paying the salaries of the health workers. However, it's a different debate whether the salaries are good enough to motivate and the worker and to do a good job. And now the other thing, because they realize that okay, 30% of my money is going to bring in commodities, and a lot of commodities, because we in Africa we don't make it ourselves, we need to bring in from outside. So currently, as we speak, SADC is creating a pool procurement mechanism. A lot of conversation happening, 7-8 years has gone by, and something perhaps when we go back, you go back to pay attention to why our country are not comfortable with an idea of having a SADC pool procurement mechanism, which Honorable Parliament also speaks to your point. The first MP who spoke around your pool fund is a good thing to start as something which is really concrete on the how do we buy health commodities, but including SRH commodity in larger volume to get the advantage, and whether we should be dependent on external parties to bring in these commodities, and then sometimes may not like it. So the other thing, okay, how do you how do you prioritize within health? And health is an interesting field. Everything is a priority. It's really difficult to tell that someone condition is less important than my condition. But however, in the search of attaining universal health coverage, which basically means people should get health services they need without much of financial hardship, the general consensus in Africa, every country present here has signed into it, is that probably to start with the essential primary health care, and when the resources become available, add other services. However, that in practice looks very different because of various different regions, and then you pointed out sometimes maybe the way the external conversation happen, and then we brought in services. So we have currently perhaps a relook at the idea of attaining USC through PSC, and South Africa is a good case at this point of time because they are looking at the NHI, the National Health Insurance, and the conversation here, whether all the primary health care needs to be part and parcel of NHS plus other secondary and tertiary care. The argument will be, oh, already I'm providing primary health care for free, therefore only the secondary tertiary can be part of my NHI scheme. But in many settings, we will find a situation, the free is not available, and the only one which might be available because of other interest, and then the way it will be organized will be the secondary and tertiary care, which will end up with a lot of diseases, conditions of less fortunate people untreated. So let me stop there, and then but we offer any information we would be able to provide you. Yeah, and the last, yeah, go ahead, please.
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada pelos esclarecimentos prestados aos nossos dois preletores. Antes de fecharmos, vamos chamar, temos aqui conosco um representante da Unesco que pretende juntar-se ao nosso debate. Eu gostaria então de chamá-lo para a sua intervenção.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to add on to what my colleague from UNFPA has said on the question that was raised by Eswatini. My name is Remy Shaw with UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. On the question of comprehensive sexuality education, I think the question about what is this comprehensiveness
And we get that question a lot because it is easy to think comprehensive means we're teaching everything to everyone, which is not the case. If you look at the history of CSE, it started in Africa as life skills or HIV education in the 90s when HIV was really a big problem. But the focus then was only on HIV and AIDS, and later on as decades went by, there was a realization that some children are being born, with HIV. So we need to change the content a little bit from just, transmission of HIV through sex transmission to looking at other ways in which HIV is acquired. But then years later, if you fast forward, the challenges that young people experience have also grown and they're extremely different. And so comprehensive basically means let's cover all the bases. So if you define CSE in particular, it's just looking at the cognitive, which is your mental, the emotional, the physical, and the social aspects of one's sexuality. So how does my own sexuality affect the person who's next door? How does it affect me emotionally and socially and economically? And that also goes to look at the decisions that a young person has to make. Today I can decide to be in a relationship. What consequences does that have on my finances, on my right to education, on my future? And so that's the notion of comprehensiveness, is that you empower this young person to be able to make informed decisions, to understand how their behavior affects them, but also how it affects other people. So a good quality comprehensive sexuality education is, like you mentioned, has to take into account the culture and the society in which it is being delivered. It has to take into account respect, between one individual and the other, between children as well as adults. And then the other question that I think we also need to appreciate and reflect on is, why do we insist on this comprehensive sexuality education being taught by either a teacher or a CSE facilitator? When we were growing up, as some of us, these lessons were being taught by uncles and aunties. But this has changed significantly because in the society we live, and the teacher remains a trusted source of information. So instead of a child getting that information from TV or from the internet where they can get wrong information, it's better that it's gotten from a trusted source of information. And in most cases, that trusted source is a teacher. And then lastly, it is also developmental, so not just age appropriate, but developmental. When I was in grade 1, 1 minus 4 was it can't. That was the answer we used to give, it can't. And then later, you learn about integers, and then 1 minus 4 becomes -3 all of a sudden. It's the same for CSE. You can't teach a child who's in grade 1 the same content you teach a child who is in grade 11, for example. So if you look at the actual content of CSE, and I hope that you can have that opportunity in Eswatini to say, okay, let me just look at the content that is being delivered for each grade. You will see how it builds up on the different elements. So for example, my 5-year-old child already needs to know what bad touch and good touch is, so that that child is able to report to me in case somebody is abusing them, right? So that's the content that you build on strongly until the child gets older, and then it becomes more complex for them to understand. And then lastly, on norms and values, just to remind the house that my great ancestor, Shaka, Zulu, is the one who stopped male circumcision among the Zulu people around the 19th century. Before then, the Zulus used to circumcise their boys, but then he realized that it was taking them away from the battlefield and from war, and he ended the male circumcision for the Zulus. This is just one man who completely changed the social and cultural practices of one generation. And then today, up to this time, the Zulus don't circumcise. So that's just the power of individuals that can change norms and our cultures. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigada pelo esclarecimento claro que acaba de prestar para fecharmos o debate. Eu quero agradecer aos nossos 2 preletores pelas questões aqui apresentadas relacionadas com a questão da questões legais sobre o casamento prematuro versus fase para o início de relações sexuais e também pela questão da educação sexual abrangente, que agora até acabamos de ter a contribuição do representante da Unesco está aqui conosco. Vamos fazer a pausa para o almoço. São, neste momento, 13h35 e vamos retornar aqui dentro de 1 hora, portanto, quando forem 14h35. Muito obrigada a todos e bom almoço e bom apetite.
Okay, colleagues, honorable members, colleagues from our partner organizations, those who are taking the panel discussion, kindly come up front. And Mr. Shone Kurasha, who is here, I think, yeah, they'll introduce themselves. Plan, not plan, care. Lynn, Shine- Honorable members, we want to go shopping. If we take our seats, colleagues at the door, I'll hand over to the chairperson to continue with the proceedings.
Senhora Presidente em exercício do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Senhora Secretária-Geral, dignos colegas parlamentares, vamos dar continuidade aos nossos trabalhos de hoje e vamos começar com uma mesa redonda sobre boas práticas e vozes da juventude. Nós temos aqui conosco a senhora Lynn Chinen, que nos vai falar da experiência da Zâmbia sobre como compartilham o exemplo com a sociedade civil e os parlamentares. Depois temos a senhora Tatenda, que é do Zimbábue, que nos vai poder falar como os jovens são apenas como os jovens podem apoiar ativamente a agenda da idade de consentimento e que apoios concretos os defensores da juventude precisam para serem mais eficazes nesses espaços. Acho que eu me enganei. Não, me enganei. A senhora Tatenda vai nos falar do exemplo da região, de como os jovens apenas estiveram na mesa, mas não apenas estiveram na mesa, mas moldaram ativamente a agenda da idade e do consentimento. E, por fim, temos então o senhor deputado Botumelo Princess Mojapelo, da África do Sul, que nos vai falar de como têm tido feito o enquadramento entre os deputados e os jovens na África do Sul e, por outro lado, quais são as lacunas de implementação ou de barreiras sociais remanescentes que a lei ainda pode resolver. Tem a palavra, senhores preletores, e nós estamos de ouvidos. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, members of Parliament and all distinguished guests. I'm here to just pretty much pick up from the presentations that were made earlier this morning with regards to the conversation on the landscape around sexual reproductive health and rights within the SADC region. I think from the presentations, it's been very clear that the adolescent population within the region makes the largest. In SADC alone, over 35% of the population is adolescents. And it is very clear that adolescents, like all others, you know, have health needs. And based off of what has been shared with regards to issues around age of consent, I think there's been a very clear, it's been made very clear that when it comes to laws and when it comes to policy and when it comes to access to services, there's a big disjoint. In some countries, we've seen registered progress with regards to age of consent for young people, as, for example, South Africa, which is as low as at the age of 12. A young person can go to a health center and get services with regards to sexual reproductive health. And also when it comes to access to information, I think it's been very clear that as a region, we've been quite progressive with regards to the inclusion of CSE in the school system. But I will not bore you any further and just speak directly to Zambia's case study, speaking to the importance of civil society joining hands to help lawmakers such as us in the room here to propel this agenda so that young people can be able to access youth-friendly services. In Zambia, a group of partner organizations have come together to help support the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Justice, who have come together to try and see how best they can collectively ensure that, you know, the health space is conducive for young people, both kids that are in school and kids that are out of school. Now, the reason why Zambia is an example right now is that at the time when the three ministries came together to help the government improve the landscape for young people to have access to services, and another group of civil society organizations were also supporting or propelling the agenda of having what we call the Child Code Act, which was mostly focused on safeguarding, child protection, which was running concurrently with the process of ensuring that age of consent issues are addressed. So what ended up happening is in 2021 into 2022, the Child Code Bill became an act. But then what the act did was it placed an age restriction when it came to access to services, when it comes to young people going to the health centers. And that in itself definitely hindered or brought confusion with regards to what guidelines to health facilities, health providers should adhere to when it comes to provision of services. Because of the child protection lens that has been tied to the Child Code Act, you know, young people in certain areas were being turned away. So civil society organizations, recognizing that the Child Code Act was progressive, with regards to age of consent, it was retrogressive. So with the Ministry of Health beginning to champion this cause, civil society organizations allowed for or created platforms where multiple stakeholders were brought in the room on many occasions, traditional leaders, young people, civil society, members of parliament, the Attorney General, and many other stakeholders to discuss this issue and to see how we could collectively ensure that, you know, the law is kind of harmonized, and to see how we can override the gaps or the hindrances that the Child Code Act has brought in place. So since then, I think there's been quite a lot of conversations. The permanent secretaries of the ministries, the minister himself of health have been at the forefront to try and see how we can collectively push this agenda. Civil society played a very active role in seeing how best we can ensure that all voices of the different stakeholders are taken into account, seeing that progression speaks to a multidimensional approach of ensuring that all voices are taken into account. So with this said, we're at a point where I think the recognition is very clear. And we are seeing how best we can support the Ministry of Health to develop an SI, which is currently in draft. And civil society organizations are now trying to see how best we can have the SI submitted to the Attorney General's office. But of course, then it would have to be debated in Parliament and see how best it can be signed. So for civil society, I think it has been very clear that, you know, as much as we recognize that policies and laws that are being made are progressive in the region, we have a few asks. And this is a conversation that I'm thinking, considering that our focus is on Zambia, my focus is on Zambia on this question, but I would like to trigger all of us in the room, for we are sitting, privileged enough to sit before you, lawmakers, who discuss these issues on our behalf in Parliament. So basically, we are calling on you, our policymakers and our government representatives, to develop or review existing laws to address age of consent barriers for adolescent access to SRH information and services. Laws should recognize the rights and needs of the child, because however way we look at it, adolescents are having sex. Adolescents are being exposed to sexually transmitted diseases. Adolescents are vulnerable to unintended pregnancy. And this is a call upon all of us to see how we can ensure that we protect the young girl, the young boy, who may not be ready to be a parent as an adolescent. We are calling to harmonize laws and policies to address identified gaps and barriers to adolescent access to SRHR information and services, which are guided by the principles of the best interests of the child and evolving capacities. With the previous speakers that spoke earlier today and shared the different presentations from UNESCO and UNFPA, the Equality Now, who spoke on behalf of this partnership, it's very clear that they brought out some of the disjoints with regards to the laws and with regards to our national landscapes to address age of consent issues in our countries. We are urging you, members of parliament, to develop standards and help to push for the development of standards and guidelines to guide healthcare providers during service delivery in providing adolescent-friendly information and services. The standards and guidelines will ensure the provision of high standards of care while providing clear ethical standards in accordance with laws and policies to avert any ethical or legal dilemmas. It's unfortunate that in 2025, we have experienced, I mean, these are stories we're hearing from young people who get turned away when they want to have services because they are deemed to be too young. They are judged, they're stigmatized, and then we are actually exposing them to more risk. And so this is a call upon all of us to see how we can ensure that we can propel this agenda in our region, in our countries. We call that we may develop pre-service and in-service training protocols on provision of adolescent-friendly health services. The trainings should also focus on desexualizing SRH services so that they are prioritized and provided as other health services are. And finally, may we speak for the allocation of appropriate financial and human resources to ensure in policy and practice the provision of high-quality adolescent-friendly services is given. This will ensure adequate infrastructure, commodities, and human resources for high-quality health service provision. I end here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Shinen, por nos apresentar a experiência da Zâmbia. Vamos então passar a palavra a Tatenda para nos apresentar a experiência do Zimbábue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe to kickstart my presentation, I'll just ask, since I'm presenting on behalf of young people, we want to use the energy. I'll just ask in the room, how many of you will be comfortable? Oh, okay, the first question is, how many of you have got children who are between the age of 10 and 20? Can you show by raising your hands? Okay, good. Thank you. Of those who say they've got children between the age of 10 and 19, How many of you will be comfortable to hear that their child has accessed a healthcare service? They have accessed a healthcare service. How many of you will be comfortable? Okay, just check the numbers. All right. How many of you would be comfortable to hear that their child has accessed family planning pills? How many of you? Show by raising your hands.
It depends.
All right. I like your responses. Now, let's go again. How many of you will be comfortable to hear that their child, their girl child, is now pregnant? How many of you will be comfortable? So let me ask another question. What's more comfortable, to hear about the pregnancy or to hear that they've accessed contraception? The latter, meaning that you. Thank you very much. Now, my presentation basically is a sensitive presentation. We spoke about the age of consent to marriage, we spoke about the age of consent to sex, but when it comes to sexual reproductive health, we want to talk about where it matters most, which is access to services. And when we talk about access to services, we know sexual reproductive health prevention is better than cure. But when you come to the region, when Dr. Lamboli was presenting for SADC on Monday, he indicated only 9 countries have got some laws that allow access to reproductive health services for adolescents. So within SADC, we've got a challenge of inconsistencies of the law. And often at times, young people are required to bring third parties to local health facilities. But third parties, are they really involved when sexual activity happens? Do you give consent to your children? You don't, right? But the earlier speakers indicated that young people are becoming sexually active at an early age. And our laws, our policies have not been aligned to ensure that young people can be able to access services. Yet, we know that all of us here, we've got those adolescents, we left them at home, we don't know what they're doing, we're just praying that they are safe somewhere, somehow. So, if we don't know what they are doing, we don't know if they are sexually active or not, they are not disclosing whether they're sexually active or not, what really should be the solution within the laws of our country? I don't have the answer, but I'll just share a bit of some experiences of how young people within the SADC region have been collecting data, documenting cases, and their lived experiences. Let me share an example of a girl called Chipo. She's from a very rural area in Zimbabwe called Binga. Chipo was living with her parents, and then unfortunately, the father started abusing Chipo. And the mother was aware. But because the father was the breadwinner, the mother said to Chipo, don't tell anyone about this. We'll see how to manage this. And then after some time, Chipo had symptoms of STI, and she walked into a local health facility, which was about 12 kilometers away from her home. When she walked at the local health facility, Chipo was asked, what do you want at this facility? And said, I've got some pain on my below. And then the nurse said, did you come with your parents? I said, no. And when the nurse just checked, said, no, go and call your parents. I want to give you treatment while your parents there. Chipo is 13 years old. The person who's expected to present with Chipo at the local health facility is the perpetrator. So the question in this house is, as legislators, are we legislating to ensure equitable access for adolescents, or we are legislating to try and promote some interests that will not empower them to access services? According to the human rights instruments, according to the SADC recommended laws, we are all trying to ensure that there is equitable access to healthcare, including sexual and reproductive health services. The story of Chipo is not far too fetched within the region. I'm sure most of you can resonate with this story. We've seen child marriages. We've seen teenage pregnancies. We've seen young people who are sexually active. We've seen young people who are using drugs, sexually active, but we have not prepared our laws within countries for them to access preventative services, especially sexual reproductive health services. So my plea today is, let's look into our laws. Let's look into our cultures and tradition and churches. And before I leave, I just want to request the media team if they can just show a small documentary that we did as part of our consultation in the country, and then I'll just give my recommendations. I'll just make sure that they present maybe just for a few, maybe 2-3 minutes, and then I'll give you the recommendations.
I am John Okello. I work for the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I am happy that we are able to discuss issues regarding adolescents and reproductive health. And we are here to identify areas of where there are gaps so that we can address them. We need to make sure that we institutionalize and we standardize the content and the package we are putting, and more so, we want them to be inscribed in law so that whoever gets these services gets something which is standard and is institutionalized. We hope and believe that the policymakers will address this and understand that that is a serious gap which we need to talk about and address so that these young people can be able to freely work in the service delivery areas and get the services which are required and especially related to reproductive health. Thank you so much. Be blessed.
My name is Sharon Ampemba. I'm a nurse midwife, standing in as a service provider. It's very important for the government to address this issue because it has been long-standing and it is standing as a barrier to both service providers and the communities themselves. The situation, the way it is, service providers are not sure.
We're touching on the gaps that is affecting access to reproductive health services among adolescents. As the Constitution is very clear in terms of access to all services, regardless of the age, sex, and including reproductive health services. However, in the country, we have also laws that limit healthcare providers from providing certain services based on consent. And this leads to a gap in terms of what are the key elements that will help this adolescent access some of the services, especially issues touching on contraceptives and access to some of the SRH services.
My name is Francine Walia, coming from the Planned Parenthood Association of Zambia. And the reason I feel age of consent should.
So I just gave you a snapshot. It's available on YouTube. You can watch it. But my key recommendation is can we listen to the young people's needs? When talk about the best interests of the child, let's reflect on what is the best interest in your absence and in your presence, whether you are there or not. When it comes to sexual or reproductive health services, there is no compromise. It's a universal human right. It's just a basic healthcare service that young people are asking for. So our laws, policies, constitutions should reflect just that, so that no matter the experience of the young person, when they present at a local health facility, they can access services without questions. Often when they are asked a question, the institutions that are expected to protect them might not even have the capacity to protect them. My last example is for another young lady called Vimbai. Vimbai is in an urban area. She went for a party with her friends, and during the party, they drank, and then eventually, whatever happened, the next day, she felt like she needed to go and see a nurse. Vimbai is only 14 years old. And then when she presented at a local health facility, the nurse asked, "Why are you here? Did you come with your parents?" I said, "No, I'm just here because I want to, we're at a party, I'm not sure what happened, so I just want to check if I'm not pregnant or not. So I need a morning after pill or something to be checked on." And the nurse said, "I'll be happy to assist you, but come with your parent." So, ladies and gentlemen, I do not have the answers, but this is food for thought. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Tatenda. Vou passar a palavra à honorável Guatimelo Princess Mojapelo, da África do Sul. Faz favor.
Thank you, distinguished honorable members, delegates, and participants. I stand on existing protocols. The former president of South Africa, the late former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, once said, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." When we talk about South Africa's laws, people often say it's one of the most progressive in Africa. And evidently, it is true. Our constitution gives us incredible protection. But as a young woman and as a youth parliamentarian, I've learned that there is a big difference between what's written in law and what's lived in real life. Lowering the age of consent was a powerful move. It told young people, your choices, your safety, and your dignity matter. But the question now is, has that law really transformed how young people experience access? For many of us, this law changed everything. It has allowed young people to go to clinics for contraception, HIV testing, and counseling without fear or parental barriers. It's protected young people from criminalization, ensuring that consensual relationships amongst peers are no longer treated as crimes. It has also given strength to the comprehensive sexuality education, which asserts and helps schools to talk more openly about the ideas and understanding of consent, protection, and self-worth. I've met girls who said to me, "I didn't even know that I could go to the clinic alone." That moment when information becomes freedom is exactly what this reform was meant to create. So yes, the law has opened many doors, but for too many, those doors are still heavy to push open. The law falls short somewhere, because even with its best intentions, it does not automatically shift the social attitudes. A 16-year-old may have the right to access care, but can she safely exercise that right? In many communities, unfortunately, that answer is still no. Stigma is powerful. A young person walks into a clinic and hears, "Hey, you're too young to be doing this." That shame pushes them away. It is needed that youth-friendly services should be there because they remain uneven. Even most clinics lack a lot of privacy. Others have judgmental staffs. The LGBTQ plus community, youth, boys, as well as young people with disabilities are often invisible in those spaces. And many young people still do not know their rights at all. Some healthcare workers are also unsure. So while the law says yes, the system still whispers no. We need to go beyond having the legal framework. We must have a living framework that breathes fairness and respect. And so, for these gaps that I've mentioned, I believe that we need a triple P approach, which aligns to policy, practice, and perception. For policy, we should keep youth at the center of lawmaking and make sure that even health workers understand and uphold the rights of young people. In practice, we should create youth-friendly health services with clinics to protect the privacy and offer non-judgmental care that truly welcome young people in confidence. And the hardest of this perception is to shift the community mindsets. Engage with guardians, parents, faith leaders, and teachers so that SRHR is not seen as the promotion of sexual intercourse, but as a way and means of protecting dignity and life. And across these 3 Ps, we must ensure youth participation. Nothing about us without us. Pushing to use AI in certain areas, including using digital platforms such as apps, helplines, and chatbots to reach young people where they already are, privately and safely. In closing, our laws do open the door, but it is our shared responsibility to make sure that every young person can walk through it freely and confidently. For me, accelerating access to SRHR is just about justice, not just for young people, but for Africa's future. Because when we invest in the health, dignity, and agency of every adolescent, we are building a continent that is not only sustainable, but is united in hope and regeneration. I thank you.
Obrigada, honorável. Caros colegas, estivemos aqui a ouvir as 3 experiências que nos foram apresentadas, que vão, de certa forma, contribuir para a reforma legislativa e a participação significativa dos jovens na formulação das leis e das políticas públicas sobre saúde sexual reprodutiva. Foram deixadas aqui algumas perguntas, algumas questões que vão, obviamente, contribuir para o debate que vamos ter a seguir. Portanto, tem a palavra, senhores deputados, que queiram fazer alguma pergunta ou que queiram contribuir com as experiências que foram aqui apresentadas. Muito obrigada. Parece que já estamos todos cansados. Não vejo nenhuma mão levantada. Tá uma mão levantada da África do Sul, faz favor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the resource personnel. No, I would like to think that all of us in SADC, we were facing more than the access to healthcare in terms of sexual health, reproductive healthcare. We had an added problem that was early childhood pregnancy, as well as illegal abortions. And those two added to the access and which then propelled many of us to have laws, or rather to transform our laws. And then I get worried, and this is where I would like, if there is information available, I get worried when I hear that there are inconsistencies in laws. That is there any of our member states that are not affected by that? Is there any member state that is not affected by early childhood, teenage pregnancy? They are not affected by illegal abortions that are in the main killing young people because they have to do it in dodgy areas by people who are not trained to do such, consuming wrong medications or even chemicals. So my question then would be, do we have these member states, the countries that have not looked into transforming their legislation in terms of access to sexual reproductive health care? We cannot have young people crying so much about access, yet we are member states of SADC. This SG speaks to also another problematic mentality we all have of sovereignty. Once we are here, gathered here, the concept is SADC. And the concept means we are now a region that is here to convince each other and not agree here to go out and disagree. Do something that's completely contrary to the objective of the collective. So if we're going to uphold sovereignty, cultures, customs, traditions, religion, over and above the unity of the region and what propels us forward as an objective of unity and moving together in unison, then we might as well just close shop and not call ourselves a region. Let's call ourselves our own countries and go home. Because we come here, we say this is a model law, we seek to go this direction. Then we have a country that goes to the other direction. Let's just hear, SG, which countries are those? And it will be nice to hear from them. What's the plan? What is the action plan going forward? Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada. Não vejo mais nenhuma mão levantada. Quer dizer que nós terminamos a nossa mesa redonda e com ela terminamos a fase das discussões que tivemos aqui ao longo do dia. Quero agradecer a todos os colegas, aos preletores que tornaram a nossa sessão possível e os colegas que participaram com contribuições valiosas. Tivemos aqui discussões muito profundas e valiosas que vão com certeza contribuir para o melhoramento do trabalho dos nossos Estados-membros e a vida das nossas comunidades. Por aqui eu fico, vamos passar à fase de encerramento e passo a palavra à senhora secretária-geral. Muito obrigada a todos.
Honorable members, may I just be allowed to stand on the protocol that has been established? Mine is really just a very minor intervention at this point. It's just really to practice gratitude in terms of what has transpired for us here today. As the Chinese adage goes, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. We started our journey on the 25th, if not 6th, and I believe that that step has brought us to where we are today. And this is a testament to the confidence and commitment that we really enjoy from our member parliaments. I must say that I feel humbled and privileged, honorable members, that we have been able to stay the course and that we have engaged very robustly with the presentations and our resource persons who are here with us today. I believe that next time when we ask them to come, they'll look forward to this opportunity. And for that, I'd like for us to really give them a round of applause. I'd also like to, on behalf of my colleagues, my family at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, who are working behind the scenes to make sure that there's precision, there's also communication among us, that at the end of the day, we have all the documents that we require to express our profound appreciation, request you, because without them, I would not be functional. And without them, nothing would actually take place. So kindly appreciate them, honored members. Our deepest gratitude to you, colleagues, in your various, leadership areas. It will also be remiss of me not to take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the SADC Secretariat. Honorable members, you'll recall, if you flip through your constitution of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the framers of the constitution said, we exist to support the implementation capacity of SADC. And I believe that that can never be self-executing unless we put the ingredients that are necessary for us to do so. I would like to thank them for their energized, precise, and very technical presentations that they made to us. We'd like to convey our deepest appreciation through them present today to His Excellency Elias Mahosi for ensuring that there is this collaboration and this input. We hope that these high quality presentation puts us at another level to be able to engage effectively with the executive in our countries. So another round of applause for them. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation also to our interpreters who are in the booth, because really without them, would not hear each other, would not even begin to understand what happened between Mozambique and Eswatini. And we would have had decrees to go to war for something that did not happen. And thank you very much for that, because that saved us completely from a disaster that was about to happen. Finally, let me leave you with this inspiring quote from Martin Luther King. And he says, an individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his or her individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity. Throughout all the presentations, close quote, I think this is our take home. Let us respect everybody's right without exception. Let us promote human dignity. Let us inform ourselves so that we are more valuable to the people that we represent. And I believe, honorable members, that this has emboldened us. We will continue to be good representatives of the people, and we shall retain our seats. We have seen, and I don't want to get into that one, I'll end with it. We have seen a lot of changes, sweeping changes in the SADC region, where there's clarity in terms of what is desired. And therefore, I believe this has been an ingredient for us to align effectively and be able to be the real representatives of the people. With this, honorable members, this was just me being able to thank you Having said that, I would like to call upon the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to come and give us the closing for this session.
Thank you very much, SG, and thank you also to the chairperson. Let me establish a new protocol and not stand on the existing one. To the chairpersons of the SADC-PF standing committees, to our Secretary General, honorable members of Parliament of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, esteemed representatives of development partners and civil society organizations, to the staff of SADC-PF and our national parliaments, all protocol observed. As we have come to the close of this joint session of the standing committees of the forum, marking the commencement of our 58th plenary assembly under the theme, enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols. It is indeed gratifying to reflect on a comprehensive 4-day program enriched with highly relevant and thought-provoking discussions. Sure, I'm tempted to say this, Mente. Do you realize it's almost a year from Zambia to Durban? It's almost a year. Yo, time can fly, and we have grown so much in this year that we have been part of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Our experts have exceeded expectations, sharing their knowledge with remarkable generosity and insight. Over the past few days, we have been privileged to receive a wealth of information that will greatly inform and strengthen our legislative oversight and representative roles. Honorable members, through the various presentations we have received, we have been able to cover many important themes during this session. Allow me to comment on just a few of the topics briefly. For a start, we have been empowered by the elucidation of the SADC SRHR strategy, which was clearly explained to us. It is clear from the statistics presented that we still have a very long way to go before achieving our goals of SRHR. This means we have a lot of work to do in this area, particularly as parliamentarians. We were also privileged during this session to receive an update on the contents of the position paper on the model law on safe abortion, which is under development. Once concluded, this model law is expected to assist our region and the countries in addressing some critical SRHR issues, particularly the availability of safe abortion services, which impact the health and well-being of women and girls in our region. We have listened to the presenters just now, and on this issue of accessibility, it is still very concerning. So I think the model law will be assisting us a lot as a region to be able to deal with that issues. Honorable members, you will also recall that we have received a presentation on the SADC protocols. We have now understand that the protocol is an instrument for implementing the SADC treaty and can cover various areas, including food security, land and agriculture, infrastructure and services, trade, industry, finance, investment and mining, social and human development and special programs, science and technology, natural resources and the environment, social welfare, information and culture, as well as politics, diplomacy, international relations, peace and security. Clearly, these are key issues of interest in our region. Honorable members, it is worth noting that following the adoption and entry into force of the SADC Treaty in 1992, SADC has concluded several protocols in the areas of cooperation as provided for under the treaty to give effect to these objectives. Currently, 25 SADC protocols are in force, while 9 protocols have not yet entered into force. This covers the facilitation of the movement of persons, environmental management, and sustainable development, protection of new plant varieties, industry, trafficking in persons, statistics, interstate transfer of sentenced offenders, and employment of labor. All of them very important. Notably, these protocols have been developed by our governments at great cost. The slow ratification of protocols means they do not come into effect, resulting in the non-implementation of the regional agenda. More importantly, the protocols are ultimately intended to benefit our people, and these delays in ratification mean that the benefits to the citizenry are also delayed. This undermines the objective of regional cooperation and integration. Similar, I'm smiling because of exactly what the Honorable Mentor was saying. The last is that it is time that we come together and forget that we from SADC and from our different countries and become one SADC and understand that it is for integration and regional cooperation. Similarly, the slow domestication of SADC protocols is a major concern for the same reasons as delayed ratification. Only when protocols are ratified, domesticated, and implemented can the benefits flow to the intended beneficiaries. Given this background, I need not emphasize the role that parliamentarians can play in advocating for the ratification of this protocol. We as representatives of the citizens must take up the mantle to advocate for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of these protocols without undue delay. Allow me also to briefly comment on the transformation of the forum into a SADC parliament, and it is gratifying to note that significant progress has been made in this regard, following the entry into force of the agreement amending the treaty to establish the parliament. The draft protocol on the SADC parliament was circulated to member states for comments, and all member states are expected to submit their responses by the 30th of October 2025. The SADC Parliament will only become operational once the protocol enters into force. I therefore urge all of you to follow through and ensure that your respective countries submit their comments within the specified time frame. It remains true that our region faces serious challenges, particularly in sexual and reproductive health and rights, child marriage, gender-based violence, and related issues. We continue to discuss possible solutions at the regional level, but all of you will agree that there is still a long way to go in tackling these problems. It is therefore our duty as individual parliamentarians and as a collective also not to tire in raising these issues and to boldly advocate for comprehensive action by our governments. Members, I must commend our resource persons for the excellent work carried out this week. I also wish to extend my gratitude to the Secretary General and the team for their unfailing support to all of us. This smooth running meeting is clearly the result of meticulous planning, which demands dedication and effort. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the role of our partners, whose support has enabled us to convene here in Gauteng. They are writing Johannesburg because they are from Namibia, but we like to say Gauteng because it's not necessarily Johannesburg. We are in Brakpan today. Allow me also to thank our interpreters who have facilitated smooth communication throughout the session. I just went out to speak to my PA and I said, don't call me, I'm listening to the Portuguese. Our technical support and ICT staff and the hotel staff for the excellent service during the joint session. We thank you all. Let me conclude by reiterating my rallying cry to each of us, honorable members, as duty bearers. Utilize the information received during this session in our advocacy efforts in the interest of addressing the various challenges facing our communities. With that, I declare the joint session of the standing committees for the 58th plenary closed, and I want to thank all of you. Muchas gracias. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. There's no vacuum at the SADC PF. May we kindly appreciate. We have been led very effectively. Honorable members, we are done. We just have a few announcements, and then we will be giving you room to retire to your rooms or to the shops. I'm not sure where we'll retire to. So we are now doing announcements. The first announcement is that I'd like to ask you to kindly help in congratulating Mr. Sheunene Kurasha, who has, since the 1st of September, assumed the position of Director, Parliamentary Business and Programs. Having said that, I'd like to invite him to come and do the announcements.
Thank you very much, SG, for the kindness, and honorable members. Good afternoon. We have a few announcements. I'll make the first two announcements, and then we go into a bit of exercise where we want to solicit for members' input in terms of the theme for our next joint sitting of standing committees. With a bit of forward planning, as you would have seen, we are integrating collaboration with partners, and if we know in advance what themes we are focusing on, it will help us to mobilize their support to come and collaborate with us. The first announcement, honorable members, is that while we were having our joint sitting, in fact, on the day when most of us were arriving, we ended the commencement of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And this year's theme is Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. And as the Secretariat, through the leadership of the Secretary General, we are exploring on how we can take advantage of the fact that this period will continue up to the time when we would not have, we will be having our plenary assembly. So we are planning on how best we could, while in South Africa, in Durban, celebrate or commemorate the 16 days of activism, working with South Africa, which is a very strong root in terms of the origins of the commemoration. The second announcement, honorable members, is that when all is said and done, it is about the bottom line in terms of the dollars, the trade. One of the things that we are doing as the Secretariat is to explore opportunities for capacity building for honorable members on a flex basis. So we have training schedules or series that we have scheduled on strengthening the role of parliaments in advancing trade integration through the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are, in this regard, collaborating with the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And the first training will be on the 5th of November, and on the 6th of November, on the 12th of November, we will have another training. We have more trainings that are scheduled for next year. It would be good, honorable members, that if you can attend, but also mobilize or inform your other MPs who may not necessarily belong to SADC PF to also attend, including even staff of parliaments that support you in your work. This is a virtual training which is online. So we are going to circulate the flyers. So when you see them in the WhatsApp groups, you will remember that this is what we are talking about. Masenato will be disappointed if honorable members don't turn out in their numbers. She always says, but we need to think about the bottom line. The last but not least, honorable members, is the meant we need to do to get your input in terms of the theme for the next plenary assembly. It's going to be a very short exercise, but it requires you to take out your mobile phones. One of the things that you will tell your spouses or your grandchildren when you go back is that we're doing a lot of Mentimeter during this plenary, this standing committee session. So we are going to have a last one. And we request that you take out your phones. And when you take out your phone, if you can't scan, let us know, because we would want to help you enter the code so that everyone is at the same level. So we want everyone to participate in the Ment so that when we have the theme for the next plenary assembly, you all know that you made a contribution to that theme. Can I have indications if any of the members have challenges logging in? Yes, SADC PF colleagues, please let's assist honorable members, those who may need help. Are we good, honorable members? We want the results to be free and fair. Talk to.
Ronald, all members are saying they're capturing French in their phones. So maybe assist so that we can transition to other languages.
So honorable members, if you have proceeded to want to take the Menti, the first, so we have essentially have two themes. May I have your attention, honorable members? So the first option, or option number one, is enhancing honorable members, for a change, we want you to even vote in Portuguese or French. It will not change, but they also do that for us many times. So what we do, let me read to you, honorable members, what the first option is. So what you need to worry about is whether you are choosing option 1 or option 2. So option 1 says enhancing the role of parliaments in promoting constitutionalism and the rule of law in the SADC region. And option 2 says the role of parliaments in promoting intra-regional trade and trade diplomacy for inclusive growth and economic resilience in the SADC region. So the options that honorable members need to make is whether they are choosing option number 1, which is constitutionalism and rule of law, and option 2, which is trade and trade diplomacy, intra-regional trade and trade diplomacy. You are done. Thank you very much. In fact, we appreciate. So, honorable members, you see what if you have listened when electoral commissions are running elections, there's something that they call meticulous verification before declaration. We must see the numbers tallying. And until we have the numbers that are tallying, we are unable to conclude the ballot. So, honorable members who may not have voted yet and need help, please let us know. So the first option is the role of parliament enhancing the role of parliaments in promoting constitutionalism and the rule of law. And option 2 is the role of parliaments in promoting intra-regional trade and trade diplomacy for inclusive growth and economic resilience in the SADC region. Yes, the numbers are coming up, and there's a tie. No, there's a casting vote. Oh, okay, honorable members, we need everyone to vote because we are getting into a tie. Okay, yes. I think all members. I don't think, no, they wouldn't. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are declaring the results of the poll. There's serious canvassing happening.
You just opened.
Yes.
What was the
Yes.
time given?
Right, honorable members, we have the next 30 seconds to decide those who may be fence sitting so that we close and proceed. What we like is that members have decided. Yes. Right. We are closing the polling. So
Of fraud, of fraud. Of fraud. Of fraud.
Right. Honorable members. Right. We have closed the polling. ICT. What's happening? Colleagues, maybe I didn't announce the electoral college are members. What is happening? Huh? Ronald, can we have
Is that why we are refusing electronic voting?
Right. Honorable members, I think for the sake, what is happening? Honorable members, the total electoral college is nowhere near that number. What is happening? I'm an election expert, and usually the honorable members in their political parties are the ones that are complaining that
When you're voting by hand, because now the
Yeah, sure. It is very clear from where we sit that we can no longer guarantee the fidelity of electronic voting. And we are therefore going to revert back to the default. We are going to do manual voting so that we conclude on this matter. The intention, honorable members, is for us to have input into the next theme. And for a moment, I was enjoying the competition, but at some point I got lost. So may I request colleagues from the Secretariat?
I think the results are now okay.
Okay, all right. On that note, let's close the poll. So on account of the outcome of the vote, what is clear, Madam SG, is that members have equal interest in issues of governance and in issues of trade. And our prioritization will reflect this reality. The intention is not to throw anything away. We are simply trying to prioritize so that the next session we can know, be clear and start planning. So in view of the outcome of the vote, honorable members, maybe before the honorable members puts the proposal, and the proposal across, the SG has guided that we can already confirm that the 59th plenary session joint sitting will focus on the constitutionalism and rule of law. The 60th session will focus on trade so that we are able to accommodate both ends of the spectrum. So in the end, everyone is a winner. So honorable members, what this means is that as you leave this committee session, you can confidently tell whoever asks you to say the next session of our committee is going to focus on the enhancing the role of parliament in promoting constitutionalism and rule of law. For the gentle reminder of the honorable members, we have a standing plenary resolution to develop a model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law. In fact, we have part of the resources that we have secured from Austrian development agents. We had the ambassador here on Monday, towards the development of the model law on constitutionalism and rule of law. Our prayer and request to the honorable members is that you begin to prepare yourselves so that when this process unfolds, first of all, you are aware. One of the things that we struggle with often is when we refer honorable members, stakeholders to honorable members in country, then they come and say, honorable members are saying, we know nothing about what you are talking about. So we would want you to know so that you become our ambassadors at national level in terms of rallying this theme. And we will be in due course communicating the stages that we are going to follow in terms of the model lawmaking so that honorable members are aware and are able to contribute. Our wish is that by the time when we have the next joint sitting, we would have developed already the policy position paper so that it also forms part of the engagements that we are going to have around the issue of constitutionalism and rule of law. This is an important topic because if you listen to the official opening on Monday, from the host speaker to the ambassadors, the Secretary General's address, they were all talking about some level of reversal. If you look at the data that is emerging, including what the president said, there is increasing skepticism even amongst citizens in terms of their faith and trust in public institutions, including institutions that are important in promoting democracy, such as parliament. The last Afrobarometer data says only 46% of SADC citizens believe that parliaments are actually effective at this juncture. So these conversations are not remote. They are speaking to the issues that we need to pay our attention to. So we look forward to surfacing the issues and the insights during the conversations. And thank you very much, honorable members. I've enjoyed the voting. I've also known the gymnastics of how you manage elections. Thank you very much, and over to the SJ.
Honorable members, thank you very much. So tomorrow is not a free day. We have our committee sessions. May we kindly come on time so that we don't frustrate a quorum. The moment we don't have a quorum, it makes the beginning, the time management very difficult. So honorable members who may not be clear, who are proxies, who may not be clear where they have to be sitting tomorrow, kindly see the secretary so that we clear that issue. So we kindly request honorable members, let's please come on time so that the quorum is not frustrated and we may go ahead. All the committee sessions start tomorrow at, is it 9 hours? Is at 9 hours in the morning, honorable members. And please, please, please come on time. We do not want to report or have a committee having to sit just before plenary because the members did not turn up during this session. We wish you fruitful deliberations tomorrow and look forward to continued input from our SADC Secretariat colleagues. Honourable members, we've also already sent questions to your countries, which will form part of the report back, actions taken. What we have done differently this time is that we do not want to conflate issues that are in the past or which are have been dealt with by committees through the action taken report. We have surveyed the land and looked at the fact that we have trade issues that are an issue in the region. We have governance issues. We also are concerned around issues of health financing and many other benchmarks that would like to test. And we are requesting countries to report how Parliament is dealing with these issues. We really plead with you, honorable members, let us not adapt what ministries give us. May we kindly look inward and say, has Parliament exercised themselves on these matters? Did you ask the questions? Did you catalyze processes around accountability? Did you at any point get consulted? It also hinges in terms of us appreciating at what point do parliaments get involved in some of the issues so that we are able to recalibrate our expectations for each country in terms of what we expect. It will also go a long way in assisting us tailor our interventions for you to operate effectively in these times where parliaments are caught at a very interesting, juncture of democracy, of parliamentary democracy. And I'll end by saying we listened to a very interesting story. I don't know how many members followed the issue of the martial arts law in Korea. I interest members to go and look it up because over the radio, the head of state declared, okay, I'm not telling you, go and look it up because that is where you found parliaments really being at the crossroads of conflict with government, where they had to run for immunity to the parliament. They were declared as the most, parliament is full of lunatics who should be dealt with immediately. And that was announced by the head of state. And immediately parliament had to go and reconvene and immediately change that law so that there's safety. So we are trying to exercise our minds around knowing what is it that we're capable of doing or not doing. So kindly go and look at that martial arts law that was passed and what ultimately happened. I thank you, honorable members. Kindly, you may retire to your room and still have tea outside. Thank you.